Alex and I spoke about this report from Alito. It's a little on the belligerent side. We explained to them what we're trying to work out with Alito Towers. We explained to them we didn't put a calling resolution on the domains because it's very costly. Working together with the supervisors. We're actually about to find these chapters now over documents already admitted. But more importantly, we're hoping to avoid this. Our deadline in our minds is to give LTC's lawyer until the end of August. Get it executed. I think we're good.
And they still need 100%.
We're told that to do the temporary access agreement, not that their board president and board of directors can execute.
Okay.
Joe Davenport has worked it out with the Army Corps of Engineers that we're going to accept the same that's intended for the front of Alito Towers in our park district. So we're going to take possession of the material while we continue to work out with Alito Towers how we're doing this. If their attorney is not coming up, Alito Towers' attorney can't get this done, we are going to. We don't have an option.
So I think we're working on trying to get a solution. And
correct. One of his points to us was, well, you guys have had 5 years. I'm tired of this. And what I told him very honestly is, the salary, Mr. Davenport and I have only been involved with this for close to 8 months. This is prior administration that did it all themselves. We picked up the ball, and now we're on it.
right.
That's really the truth. Joe wasn't here. Alex wasn't involved.
Right.
So we're going to get it done.
Okay. I'll ask you to speak.
And Joe said he'll speak.
Okay.
This was we were together.
Perfect. Okay, thanks.
Isn't Betsy? Want to meet Betsy?
But mention that Kirsten Gillibrand put those details in there because I think that matters. And then I think there are also other examples in North Hempstead. Yeah, so just do that. It's flying?
Except for the last item.
No, we haven't.
I think once we get past each I think more downhill.
Good. It's a great thing.
Are we missing anybody?
Well, he's recusing himself.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe.
Why, thank you, Connie.
Thank you, darling.
We appreciate it. This is your application. You're the best. That's very sweet. I'm going to ask if you can send that.
I'm not sure where they.
What are these?
I brought you one too.
Oh, I thought it was chocolate.
Oh, sorry. I got the Pringles. Okay, the Pringles.
This isn't
Don't
helping
call
me.
Aaron unless, it's either chocolate or...
Okay, everybody, we're getting ready to resume the town board meeting. If you would please take your seats.
Thank you. Oh, good.
Madam Clerk, will you call the next public hearing?
Application of Beechwood East Meadow LLC to rezone from Residence B District to GA Residence District to improve the subject property with a 104-unit age-restricted condominium with a clubhouse, pool, and pavilion located at 123 Merrick Avenue in East Meadow.
Didn't think I was going to say this, but good afternoon, Supervisor and members of the board.
Good afternoon.
My name is Vincent Pizzulli with offices at 200 Robbins Lane in Jericho, representing the applicant Beechwood East Meadow. Beechwood East Meadow LLC is an affiliated entity of the Beechwood organization and is in contract to purchase the subject premises from the Temple Emmanuel of East Meadow. The Beechwood organization is a Long Island-based residential home builder founded over 30 years ago by Michael Dubb. Over the last 30 years, Beechwood has developed over 60 communities and built over 7,000 homes. The subject premises is 123 Merrick Avenue, East Meadow, also known as Temple Emmanuel. It's Section 50, Block B, Lot 317 on the Nassau County tax map. The lot area is 4.54 acres, and the property is zoned Residence B. The site is currently improved with the former temple, which closed in June. The temple was established in 1951, but due to declining membership over the years and the exorbitant cost of making structural repairs, the temple decided to close and merge with Temple B'nai Torah in Wantor. Facing economic adversity, the temple administered an RFP process to find a suitable developer to purchase the temple property and selected Beechwood as the most responsible bidder. With regard to the area surrounding the temple property, I'm going to defer my comments to Mr. Barry Nelson in the interest of moving the hearing along and not being redundant. Mr. Nelson will testify to the project's consistency with the zoning of the area and character of the neighborhood. We are requesting a change of zone from Residence B to Golden Age Residence in order to construct 104 market-rate, age-restricted condominiums at the former temple site. In a telling statistic from the 2018 Long Island Index, Long Island's senior population has grown by 34% since 2000, and will continue to grow as more baby boomers age and life expectancy increases. Based upon Beechwood's experience at Meadowbrook Point and Country Point at Plainview and the success of other recent Golden Age projects in the vicinity of the temple property, there is a continuing demand for senior citizen housing in the town and the county. Market research shows that the number of empty nesters are increasing, and many empty nesters prefer the lifestyle of an age-restricted condominium-style development with amenities, such as a clubhouse and pool. They no longer wish to incur the expenses and headaches of maintaining larger single-family homes, and they want to live in communities with their peers. The proposed Golden Age development, Country Point at East Meadow, will meet their needs by providing villa-style units ranging in size from 1,100 square feet to 1,400 square feet, with a clubhouse and pool. All of the proposed units will have 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. We have also analyzed the real property tax impacts of the proposed change of zone, and it will result in substantial property tax benefits to the town, county, and the East Meadow School District in particular. Under the Golden Age zoning designation, only persons age 62 or over can purchase a condominium, and no school-age children will be permitted to reside in the development. As a result, the project will generate over $720,000 per year in additional property tax revenue to the East Meadow School District, with no corresponding offsets for the cost of educating any school-age children. As part of Beechwood's community outreach efforts, we presented this project and our tax analysis to the East Meadow School Board on July 5th. The presentation was well received, and the school board thanked us and expressed no objection. It should also be noted that the subject property has been exempt from real property taxes since the temple's inception in 1951. When the sale of this property to Beechwood is completed, the property will be returned to the tax roll, and the property will begin to generate real property taxes for the first time in 67 years. As part of its community outreach, Beechwood was also invited to the July 10th meeting of the East Meadow Civic Association, SEMCO. We presented this project to the SEMCO board and the community at large, and we are pleased to report that SEMCO has recommended approval of our application. A letter of support from SEMCO has been submitted to you, and if you need to, I'll hand up another copy for the record. In addition, Beechwood has met with many of the adjoining neighbors and sent 2 mailers containing project information and brochures to everyone within a 200-foot radius of the temple. We have not received, to date, any negative responses, and several have expressed their support. We also met with the East Meadow Fire Department on July 20th and reviewed the proposed site plan. The fire inspector offered 3 comments, and we revised the plan to address them. A letter from the fire department has also been submitted to you. We also agreed to address any additional requests from the fire department during the site plan review and approval process. I have five speakers that I'm going to call on. I know there are many people who have signed up here today, which I'll get to at the conclusion of our presentation. Many of those people who signed up are supporters, so we're not interested in belaboring the proceedings today. But I do need to call at this time Barry Nelson to testify to the zoning and character of the neighborhood.
Good afternoon. Barry Nelson, 220 Pettit Avenue, Belmont, New York, 11710. I do have 2 packets of photographs. There's approximately 50 pages that include photographs of the subject property, the surrounding uses. I also have a Hackstrom copy, partial copy of a Hackstrom map for location of the subject property, and some tax maps of the subject parcel and the surrounding area. Generally, the subject property is south of Hempstead Turnpike, north of Front Street. It's easily accessible to all municipal facilities, to main arterial roadways, to shopping. Stu Leonard's, a supermarket just developed approximately a half a mile east. The general character of the neighborhood, the west side of Merrick Avenue at this location, if we began at Front Street, you have many similar type developments, some substantially larger. You have the Meadows at Mitchell Field, northwest corner of Front Street, and Merrick Avenue with over 400 units. To the west on the north side of Front Street is the Seasons, in excess of 200 plus units of senior citizen golden age development. The northwest corner of Glen Curtis Boulevard and Merrick Avenue, which would be just to the southwest of the subject property, is Sunrise Assisted Living. And just to the northwest of the subject property, which is noted on the radius map as roadway at that location, leads into the west to 90 Merrick Avenue, a 10-story office building. But generally to the north of that would be a complex of golden age, assisted living, and beyond, which would include Bel Air Housing, Fulton Commons, and the Bristol. So what's developed along Merrick Avenue in this short corridor of Merrick Avenue, on Merrick Avenue between Hempstead Turnpike and Fulton Street, is reasonably considered for the redevelopment of the subject property, which is in excess of 4.5 acres. I looked at that property, the redevelopment, and you'll note the proposed site plans, landscaping, and housing would strictly access off of Merrick Avenue. Currently, the parking field for the religious institution, which is in excess of 42,000 square feet of gross building area, with one additional building to the southeast on the property, abuts the residential homes along Lloyd Court to the South Peters Avenue, Rosalie Drive on the east side. The parking field on that site is in the rear. The parking for the proposed development of Golden Age will be on the interior, with the housing having their backyards adjacent to the backyards of the residential homes that are well maintained, one-family homes, Cape Cods, colonials, and split levels. So it'll mitigate any possible impact, in fact, lessen the onerous as far as the religious institutions parking adjacent those properties. I looked at other developments in the area that'll include Victoria Homes and some others just outside this immediate vicinity, where they were developed adjacent to properties like the subject property in a block where the parcel is on the main arterial road and houses back up to the property. You have the Victorian homes in Belmore, Victorian homes in North Merrick. They were developed within the last 10 years. They became part of the community and is compatible to a residential use. Summing up, I provided photographs of the subject property, the existing conditions, the homes surrounding the parcels, a single-family, well-maintained. In my opinion, if this proposal was granted as proposed, with the fencing, landscaping, and the parking on the interior, access only off of Merrick Avenue, it's not going to be detrimental to the single-family homes. All services are available to the site, including local everyday conveniences found along Merrick Avenue, professional services, medical center nearby, and shopping. Thank you.
I have one question.
Yes, sir.
How much is estimated that the project, if approved, would add as far as tax revenue to the town, the county, and the school districts?
Absolutely. Do you want me to answer? I estimated, and this would be approximately $11,750 per unit for real estate taxes. School taxes per unit would be approximately $7,700. General taxes would be approximately $3,650. Library taxes just under $400. Total real estate taxes would be approximately $1.2 million for the proposed development, with the school receiving just a little over $800,000.
And there's no impact on the school, is there?
There will be no school-age children.
Right.
That's
Okay.
correct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Units in my district. Do you mind if I
Go ahead, Dennis.
ask
Sorry.
any questions? Thank you. I just have 6 things, and some of them you already addressed, so it'll be real quick. I noticed that you had the flag in your in the picture. I want to thank you for listening and responding positively. That's beautiful. I love it. Semco's on board, which you said. You already addressed that, so check that off. The school board you just addressed earlier, and the amount, thanks to Bruce, we got the amount that the school's going to receive, which was a big question. You know, I had a big problem, not a problem, but concern whether that was going to be addressed, and it is. The fire department, you said you're working with them and making sure that they already, some of those people in the fire department said there's no concern, that they're good with it. Is that what you got also?
Yes, they had three comments that didn't force any revisions to the plans. They wanted an additional fire hydrant. They wanted us to check the turning radius, and they wanted us to make sure that we were proposing an emergency access from Merrick Avenue.
Actually, Councilman Dunn, I was going to ask that too. The secondary emergency access off of Merrick Avenue, they were good with that radius turn?
Yes, they were.
Okay.
I'm sorry, just my last 2 questions, and not really tough ones. There's ample water supply?
Yes.
Okay, that was the concern that.
We're in the East Meadow water district.
West of that, there was a concern at one time, but now that's great. And the sewage disposal?
Nassau County Sewage District, yes.
So there's no problem there. Okay, I understand that at the meeting, and you verified, my sources say that it was well received and there's plenty of support. So
thank you.
That's the last I've heard, and I understand most of the people here are in support of it too. So thank you. That concludes my questions. Madam Senior Councilwoman, I'm so sorry.
How much are you charging monthly?
Monthly maintenance fee?
The monthly maintenance, I don't have a number. It's typically $400 to $500 for a condominium of this size with pools and clubhouses.
How much are you selling them for? What's the price range?
The project is designed to have moderate. It's going to be moderately priced. We're starting to price them at the upper 300s into the lower 400s.
I just have one more question, just because it's the first time I've seen it on an application. It says that elevators will be optional to purchase for those that occupy the second floor units.
That's correct, Councilman. The homes are designed to have an elevator.
Okay.
It's not something that, it is optional to the purchaser of the second floor unit for construction reasons. The home can be retrofitted with an elevator, or they can purchase it at the time that they.
Okay, so if someone moves in and, God forbid, years later need an elevator, it could still be put in?
Correct.
Okay.
please.
Thank you.
Next is Mr. Wayne Muller from RM Engineering. Mr. Muller has been qualified as a traffic engineer to this board. We have, prior to this hearing, submitted his traffic report, and I've asked Mr. Muller to testify to his findings, which are in the record already.
Good afternoon, Supervisor, members of the board. My name is Wayne Muller with the firm of Robinson and Muller Engineering. Our offices are at 50 Elm Street, Huntington, New York. Mr. Pizzulli is correct. We had prepared a traffic assessment which was dated July 24th, 2018, and previously submitted to the board, which is made part of the record. But just to briefly summarize, as Mr. Pizzulli and Mr. Nelson has indicated, the access to the subject property will be consolidated from the current 3 driveways to 1 driveway located in the southern portion of the property, which was depicted on the site plan, which was on the screen but is no longer there. I had a preliminary meeting with members of the County Department of Public Works who indicated that the driveway in its location would be acceptable to them. However, if this project were to proceed during site plan, they obviously will get to review all the specific construction details during the 239F process. As indicated in my report, the temple occupation of the property during its maximum, there were about 700 families that did attend the temple. Based on our discussions with representatives of the temple, there were numerous activities that occurred on the property, such as a nursery school, Hebrew school. They held bingo meetings, I believe mahjong tournaments, and all those uses would tend to generate some fairly decent quantities of traffic. We performed a comparative analysis to the temple at its full occupation to the application that's before the board today, and found that the Golden Age, 104 Golden Age units would generate less traffic than if the temple were fully thriving at its full occupation. Again, as indicated in my report, we do not believe that there will be any site distance impediments at the driveway as depicted on the site plan. In addition, if we were to just look at the percent increase in traffic generated by the proposed 104 units, it's about no more than 1.5% increase in traffic, which is very de minimis. A lot of the activity various different other activities. It's very important to note that the Eisenhower Park is a relatively short walking distance from the facility. So people may just walk to Eisenhower for their various recreational activities. All these factors tend to reduce the traffic generation of the proposed development. As indicated by Mr. Nelson and Mr. Pizzulli, there will be no school-age children. School busing to and from the property will not be a concern. We do not anticipate any impacts to the residential streets located to the east of the project. We believe that all the activity generated by this facility will be to and from the major roadways that are in the general vicinity of the subject property. As indicated in my report, it is my professional opinion that the granting of the change of zone will not have any significant impact on traffic conditions, and in fact, it will represent a lesser quantity of activity than if the temple were operating at full capacity on the property. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before I continue, I got that tap on my shoulder, and I've been told to tell the board that the common charges are will be about $250 a month, so it's less than what I had estimated. Also, I know it's in the informational packet submitted to you, but I just want to, for the record, indicate that the property will have private carting, and obviously it's private roadways.
Excuse me, did you say $250 a month for maintenance?
Common charges, yes.
You moving in?
Yeah.
We'll start the waiting list right now.
Dennis, you got a new opponent.
My next speaker is a representative of the Temple, Emmanuel, Mr. Jeffrey Kraut. I'd like him to speak to the board because of his interest in the presentation.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Kraut. I reside at 1745 Bard Lane in East Meadow, 11554. I served as the chairman of the board of the temple and currently serve on the board of the new merged temple with Temple B'nai Torah. And I appreciate the opportunity. I'll be brief. You've heard a little about how we got here today and provide the context. Temple Emmanuel was the first synagogue that was established in East Meadow back in 1951, and we grew to about 700 families, and today, because of changing demographics, our membership has declined to about 200 families that represent about 400 individuals. We have drawn, our congregants come from East Meadow, Levittown, Wantagh, North Merrick, and North Belmore primarily. And as we were challenged by some of the structural challenges of an aging building combined with a dwindling population, it was very difficult when our sanctuary failed to make the necessary repairs, which were in excess of $1 million. And then the occasional roof and boiler that goes, as you know, of an aging building. So we made the decision to see how we can combine with a neighboring temple, and how can we best use the assets to secure the future for a Jewish congregation in Central Nassau. And that's what led us to issuing an RFP and to partner with the Beechwood organization, and brings us to the room today. And Temple B'nai Torah is about 4 miles away from our current location on Merrick Avenue, and in fact is 1/3 of our current congregants. It's actually closer to where they live than where we are today. We're hoping that we'll be developing a synagogue that right now will be somewhere between 400 and 500 families, upwards of 1,000 individuals, and it'll be the largest Reformed congregation in Central Nassau. And I think one of the issues that we found attractive about this particular proposal is, as we are experiencing aging in Nassau County, our congregation is aging, a large number of individuals move to East Meadow because of this congregation to be part of a Jewish community, and the ability for them to stay in East Meadow, to sell their homes and live as a senior is a very important thing. You heard about the affordability issues, the monthly, and we have many of our congregants represent 3 generations living here in East Meadow, and so where their children have bought homes, one of our congregants, they just bought the home next door, that congregant believes that they would be moving into a place here because they could stay here closer to their family. And a lot of our congregants occupy the areas you heard Vince speak about and the other speaker that are in the senior citizen housing, be it at the Bel Air or the Seasons and the like, and they get to stay with their friends, so it doesn't interrupt the poker games. Well, and we don't play for Betty. Okay, but all the other activities that do that, and to involve our seniors and the tax savings of the individuals who are families here, we see that very significant. So I think we'd hope that you'll support the zoning application before you so we can realize the maximum value and benefit from that to ensure the vibrancy and the viability of a Reformed Jewish congregation serving the residents of Central Nassau, not only for today, but probably for future generations. So we thank you for the consideration. As Vince had said, we have 20 people here, several of which signed up to speak, but out of consideration for the time and the long agenda, I've tried to succinctly state what they would be doing.
Thank you, Jeffrey. I would like to ask that one of our temple members here today, an East Meadow resident, speak to this application. I'll call on one, and then we can collectively ask for a show of support from the community, or the persons that signed up can indicate their support when they're called upon. But I'd like you to hear from Ms. Nadine Saltzman. Nadine was involved in some of our community outreach efforts, and she will offer some very interesting perspectives on this. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Nadine Saltzman, 533 Benton Road in East Meadow, New York. I'm also known as the East Meadow's biggest fan. I'm like a cheerleader for the temple first, and I'm a little sad about our merge, but I know it's going to be great. I'm speaking from my heart. I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. And I have to tell you, I got to know Beechwood. They came to a board meeting of ours with a panel. And I'm sorry if I embarrass you, but I've never seen a company so nice. They presented, they listened, they let us ask questions, and then I just retired from 27 years of teaching, and I went up and said, can I please go door to door or something, because I'm very big on parking lot talk, and I don't like rumors, and I don't want surprises for our community, because I love this community. And this Carol said to me, well, what do you want to do? I said, I think we should go start with the perimeter. I didn't know it was so big. I got to tell you, we walked to like 50 homes in 2 hours. We knocked on every door, and they were kind enough to send 3 people, I guess they thought I needed help, no, to go door to door. And people were inviting us in their home, and I was like, wow, this is so great. And they were like so supportive of this community to be built. And I just turned 63 and retired, and I'll move in right next door to you because I think it's the greatest thing. And I have to... okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to assume. It's just you asked about it. So the other piece of this is I decided to see where they were going to go, and I was like a groupie. So I went to the school board meeting because I was very active in the school board. I PTA president in 2 different schools for many years. And I went, and they presented, and then I asked if I could speak on behalf of the public, and I said how wonderful it would be to have that kind of revenue for our school district, because I was there at the board meetings when they were cuts and teachers had to be let go. I'm being a teacher myself, and my daughter does work in that district now. My other daughter coaches there, and they're both going to be in the education system. To have a thriving school, I have my little sign because I'm like, people ask location, location, location. Well, with that money going in the school district, we'll have retention, 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 where people will come and stay, and we'll be in a thriving East Meadow community. So I really hope that you will agree with us and make this happen and pass it. Thank you so much for letting me speak.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nadine. Madam Supervisor, at this point, may I just ask for a collective show of support from folks in the community? Thank you. Please raise your hands. Thank you. I have one more speaker who I promise will be brief, Mr. Kevin Moran from the Long Island Builders Institute.
Good afternoon. I'm Kevin Moran, Long Island Builders Institute. I reside at 1407 Polson Street, Wantagh, New York. I'm just here to make a brief statement on behalf of the organization. We'd like to express our strong support for the Beechwood organization's project. This proposed development will create 104 villas for people who are 62 years of age or more. As most of us already know, Long Island needs housing for our seniors and empty nesters who would like to downsize from a single-family home. These types of developments will allow our parents and grandparents to stay on Long Island within a social community while providing access to on-site and nearby amenities. Many are attracted to the idea of being able to move into one of these units and no longer having to worry about the maintenance and upkeep of their own home. No more wondering who will shovel the snow, rake the leaves, or fix the roof. Also, we cannot forget the economic benefits that will come along with this project as residents visit and patron the local stores and restaurants. Beechwood is one of the most respected builders on Long Island, and it goes without saying that the finished project will be of exceptional quality. So the Long Island Builders Institute strongly urges you to support and approve this project. Thank you for your time.
And there are also with us this morning several members of Libby. I'd also ask them to show their support for this application since they've taken the time to attend this meeting. Thank you, guys and ladies. Okay. I'll yield the floor to anyone who signed up to speak.
Thank you, sir. I do have a number of slips. I have first Jeffrey Kraut.
Jeffrey spoke already.
All right, is there anybody, I have a number of slips. Many of you have already spoken. Are there any people here who still want to speak on this hearing? Yes, please come on forward.
So my name is Ann Myers, and I'm 1611 Meadowwoods Drive in East Meadow. And I'm confused by your use of the term golden age, only because here in the town of Hempstead, it has meant that the town keeps a list. It's kept by Joe Pellegrino. And I want to make sure that that's not what this is. Is this market-based?
This is market-based.
Fine, as long as Joe is not involved, I have no problem.
Is there anybody else who'd like to be heard on this public hearing? Okay, hearing none, may I have a motion? Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilman Blakeman.
Hold up, hold on 1 second. Aye.
Councilman Diaz-Pizito. Councilman Dunn. Yes. Supervisor Gillen.
Aye.
We thank you. Have a great evening.
All right, that concludes. Okay. All right, that concludes our public hearings. Madam Clerk, will you please call the administrative calendar?
Yes, Supervisor. There are items 18 through 129 on the administrative calendar. I also have 3 resolutions that are of an urgent or emergency nature. The first one is a resolution approving and adopting grant agreement between the Town of Hempstead, VFW Post number 9592, and Tall T Construction, Inc. This will be item number 130 on the calendar. The second resolution is a modification of Resolution 976-2018 that authorized the town attorney to retain Leventhal, Mulaney, and Blinkoff, LLP, to provide legal services. This will be item 131 on the calendar.
Madam Clerk, if you would halt for a minute, I'm going to call this item out of order. I don't see anything, I haven't seen anything urgent with relation to this that it should be added to the calendar.
Which one?
Item 131, modification of a resolution to retain Leventhal, Mulaney, Blinkoff, LLP to provide legal services. I don't see anything urgent that this should be added at the last minute to the administrative calendar. If someone would like to explain the urgency, they're welcome to do so.
Well, Supervisor, before that happens, I have a statement I'd like to make about the calendar. My office received the disclosures for the calendar only late yesterday afternoon. I don't think it gives members of the board enough time to carefully go through the disclosures and not to hold things up. I'm going to vote on the calendar, but I believe that we should adopt a provision that nothing can be added to the calendar unless there is disclosure at least a week before, unless it is of the most emergency nature. So that's my statement. I'd like to see if we can get that done because
Which disclosures did you not get, Mr. Kelly?
we didn't get all of them.
Which disclosures?
We only got all of them together. The package of disclosures was delivered to my office yesterday at 3 o'clock.
Are you talking about the disclosures from the town attorney's office?
The disclosures of people who have an interest in the matters before us, I think we should have them a week ahead of time unless, of course, it's some kind of major emergency.
I think that's a great idea. Mr. Rye, is it possible for your office to get them out?
Totally not possible to get them a week ahead of time. The calendar doesn't close until the Wednesday before the meeting. The disclosures are given at the time the calendar is published.
Okay,
if there was some that were lacking, just
debate it. I don't want to, Mr. Rock, I don't want to debate it now. I think it's something that we should talk about internally, and that we should have procedures where we do get it at least a week ahead of time together. It's no criticism of any individual agency or any person. I just think it puts a tremendous burden on the members of this board, and it's something that I think needs to be fixed, because getting this at, it's pretty thick with a lot of different names at 3 o'clock the day before a meeting, in my view, doesn't give us enough time to consider it. That's my statement. That's all.
Okay, so Mr. Ra, as the parliamentarian, I do not see any urgency with the resolution that is authorizing the town attorney to retain you and the amendment to that agreement. Please let me know if you see something urgent.
But the whole thing is, if two members of the board wish to put something on this calendar, they are allowed to do so. If they think it is, they can do that.
This is of an urgent nature. Is it of an urgent nature, Mr. Ra?
This resolution did not emanate from my office, so I think counsel to the board.
Supervisor, members of the town board, Rich Regina, counsel of the town board. The urgency of this is that Mr. Leventhal had contacted me. He was concerned that the July 3rd resolution was not specifically clear enough on the scope of his services. He and I discussed language. It arrived at my office, I believe, the end of last week. I discussed it with members of the board. We're offering it as an urgent item to clear that ambiguity.
Why can't this be offered at the next town board meeting?
Well, if I might speak on behalf of Mr. Leventhal, he is an ethics counsel. He was concerned that this be clarified as soon as possible, and I agree with that position. It should be clarified as soon as possible.
I think there are a number of conflicts within this resolution that I've seen. I don't know how an attorney can represent the town board and the town ethics board at the same time. I think there's a huge inherent conflict of interest right there in the modification to this resolution and to this amendment. And I think that should be worked out before we vote on it, because I think that's a very serious and grave issue. And so that's why I think that this should be put over to the next board meeting.
Well, Supervisor, Mr. Leventhal did discuss that with me. He does not see the conflict in that, and I respect his opinion. I'll agree with it. He does a lot of work in the field of legal ethics and governmental ethics.
Right, and he did not discuss it with me, who is also his client, because I am on the town board. I've had no discussions of it, and I've had no ability to evaluate this, and I see no reason why we need to put this on the town board agenda today when we could put it on in September. When
Go ahead and vote.
There would have to be a motion to either put it on the calendar or to not put it on the calendar.
I'd like to make a motion to put this item on the calendar.
Second.
There's a vote. Now there's a vote.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll on this. We're going to add this as an emergency resolution.
Councilman Ambrosino. Councilman Blakeman. Councilman Diaz-Bazito. Councilman Dunn. Councilwoman King Sweeney.
Aye.
Senior Councilwoman Gooseby.
We're adding this, right? That's what we're doing.
You're voting to add it.
Yep.
Supervisor Gillen.
I vote no. I think this agreement is rife with conflicts of interest, and I also maintain my prior objection to Mr. Leventhal's retention for a conflict of interest with me as well.
Is it possible that you could explain that to us? Should we go into executive session so you can tell us what you have found that is conflict?
Well, now it's already been added to the calendar.
It's added, but before we have voted.
I'd be happy to break into an executive session. Mr. Rod, do we need to vote to break into executive session? All right, Madam Clerk, will you call the roll on breaking into an executive session?
Councilman Ambrosino. Councilman Blakeman. Councilman Diaz-Bazito. Councilman Dunn.
Aye.
Councilwoman King Sweeney. Senior Councilwoman Gooseby. Supervisor Gillen.
Aye.
Can I change my vote to aye only if it's not more than 10 minutes?
Bruce, you're losing 75 cents. You're losing 75 cents. You hold out your money. You might need that for some air.
I might need to buy a new jacket. I'll declare an emergency.
Testing 1 2, check 1 2, check. I turned it down. Check 1 2, test 1 2, check 1 2, testing 1 2, check. Check 1, check 1. Check 1, test 1, check. Check 1 2, check. Testing 1 2, check.
Do better. After everything's done, then we do the. Well, that's included in the. There's not going to be any talk about the veterans elevator. It's just not. I don't know. The 131. That's so far-fetched what they're thinking about. Yeah. You're thinking about the water heater. You're thinking about.
The what?
You're thinking about your car. What could go wrong?
I know. I'm thinking about everything but what you just said.
No, we already. Okay, back in session. Madam Clerk, will you call the next emergency hand up?
The third resolution is a resolution authorizing the supervisor to execute agreement with Kim Garwood for the use and occupancy of town-owned property at Brigton Boulevard, Island Park. This will be item number 132 on the calendar.
132.
Would any of the council members like to sever any of the items on the administrative calendar?
Yes, Madam Supervisor, I move to postpone indefinitely items 95, 119, 120, and 123.
Do that again.
And specifically, item 95, it is the intention of the board to permanently remove this item from the calendar and postponing it indefinitely. The other items were 95, 119, 120, and 123. Motion to postpone indefinitely.
Okay. So there's 3 in total?
4.
95, 119.
120.
20 and 123.
Second.
So
Call the roll.
there's been a second. So we are moving now. Councilman Dunn has moved to table items number 95, which is naming the football field the Ambassador Joe Mondello Field. So he's moved to table that.
That's indefinite.
Indefinitely.
Postpone indefinitely.
Item 19, the councilman has also moved to table indefinitely item 119, which is the special elections proposal. They've also moved to table item number 120, which is the whistleblower statute. That's also been moved to be postponed indefinitely. We've also moved, I have not, I'm sorry, the councilman has also moved to permanently table or postpone indefinitely item number 123, the foreclosure registry. So, Madam Clerk, will you please call a roll on the first item to be tabled, number 95, which is renaming the McLaren Field the Joe Mondello Field?
No, we don't need that.
No public comment on motion. There's no public comment on a motion to table. Motion to postpone indefinitely, there's no public comment.
Roll call.
Can we give the residents an opportunity to speak?
During public comment, sure, but not now. This is, we're voting.
Point of order, there is no debate on tabling an item. Can we move this?
Laura hasn't told me to call the roll.
Mr. Raw, procedurally, are we allowed to let the residents speak?
Procedurally, the board can do anything it wants, but under the rules of the town board, there is no public comment on a motion to postpone indefinitely. They can speak during public session.
Ms. Garon's point.
It's not being tabled, 103.
No, 103 is not being tabled, but the 103 is the rule change. So they're changing the rules. There's a proposal to change the rules that when items are tabled indefinitely, they can never come back on unless a majority votes to put them back on. So it can permanently silence people from putting things on the town board agenda. So that is what your point is.
On these items. I made the motion, it was seconded. Now we have a roll. That's procedure. Roll call.
Mr. Rock, may I procedurally allow people to be heard on the special elections bill?
You can make a motion
To suspend the rules.
suspend the rules.
I make a motion to suspend the rules and let the people be heard on the special election item.
Oh, yeah, I'll second the motion. I'll second the motion.
Madam Clerk, will you please, do I have to call the roll on this? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilman Ambrosino.
No.
Council.
What'd you say?
Felix, you cannot yell out like that.
Felix, what did you say? No, you say it out loud again. All right. Let's just. I voted no.
Councilman Blakeman. Councilman Diaz-Bazito. Councilman Dunn. Councilwoman King Sweeney. Senior Councilwoman Gooseby.
I vote yes.
Supervisor Gillen.
I vote yes, and this is very sad that you're not even going to be heard on whether or not this item should be tabled. It's an absolutely disgraceful day in the town of Hempstead.
It's not the first time. I have sat on this board almost, 18 years. And I think during that whole time, I've had the same motion for more than 10 folks who have been placed on this board. So,
thank you, Councilwoman Gooseby.
That being said, there was a motion and seconded, and we should have the roll call now.
Everybody who wants to be heard on special elections, you can be heard during public comment on this issue.
Okay.
Councilman Ambrosino.
Aye.
what are we doing now?
A motion to table the 4 items. Aye.
We're moving now to table item 95. We're voting on tabling item number 95, which is Joe Mondello Field.
Can you call them together?
No, it's one motion on the 4 items.
No, we're going to vote independently on each of these things.
So the motion was made for all 4.
It's on
Motion was
the
made for all
motion.
4 items.
Mr. Raw told me that these could be voted on independently. Is that right, Mr. Raw?
My motion. My motion was to vote on item number 95, 119, 120, and 123. Motion was seconded. Now we have roll call. You tried to discharge.
I stand corrected. I apologize, Mr. Dunn. All right, so we're voting on tabling all 4 things together.
Councilman Ambrosino. Councilman Blakeman. Councilman Diaz-Pasito. Councilman Dunn.
Aye.
Councilwoman King Sweeney. Senior Councilwoman Gooseby.
I'm voting no.
Supervisor Gillen.
I vote no. Is there a motion to amend? Now we're going to move forward with the administrative calendar, although I've been made aware that there's proposed amendments.
Supervisor, I'd like to move forward with an amendment to item number 93 to include an employee of the Office of the Town Board on the Sustainability Leadership Team and to add the Town Board Chief of Staff, who will be in consultation with the Executive Assistant for Infrastructure and the Commissioner of Department of Conservation and Waterways or their designees as a person who will select the members of the Technical Advisory Committee.
And also, I'd like to add one member from my staff.
Is that 2 motions?
Yes, I'll include that.
You know, I wanted to amend it,
Yes.
add it onto hers.
Second.
Do I need to?
I think you incorporate her comments into
Yes,
your
I would like to incorporate the senior councilwoman's comments into my motion.
Second motion.
Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilman Ambrosino. Councilman Blakeman. Councilman Diaz-Pasito. Councilman Dunn.
Aye.
Councilwoman King Sweeney.
Aye.
Senior Councilwoman Gooseby.
Aye.
Supervisor Gillen.
Aye.
I also would like to move to amend item number 108 to not permit experimental treatment on animals in the custody of the town of Hempstead.
Second.
Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilman Ambrosino.
Aye.
Councilman Blakeman.
Aye.
Councilman Diaz-Pasito.
Aye.
Councilman Dunn.
Aye.
Councilwoman King Sweeney.
Aye.
Senior Councilwoman Gooseby.
Aye, except for one thing. I really think if anything like this comes up again, this important, they should make a presentation to the board. You know, I read it in the newspaper, and I don't think that's right. These are animals. And I know when I did my internship, we always had people there who would explain to us exactly what's going on. So I need to know what's going on, especially when it comes to the animals. So I'm going to vote yes on it because I have no choice.
Supervisor Gillen.
I vote aye, and I add that the partnership agreement with LIU never contemplated the experimentation on animals. It said
we didn't know that.
experiential, not experimental.
But
So
we
I
didn't know
vote
that.
yes.
We didn't know that.
Is there a motion on the administrative calendar?
I don't know where we are right now. Okay, I'm going to make a motion for the rest of the calendar that's left. I think that's 18 through 132, except for the ones that were already taken off. Who's seconding?
Second, sorry.
All right.
Okay, I have a number of slips. We have Mariano Udalgue.
You know, I just confirmed with Robert, that's all.
Hello, my name is Mariano Ugalde. I am the Vice President of the Uniondale Chamber of Commerce. Hi, Councilwoman Goosey. I'm here pretty much with no animosity here today. I'm just here to thank each and every one of you. For 7 years, I've had a problem in Uniondale with a vacant home across the street from me that was occupied by a felon and his family, and it's created havoc on a block for a very long time. But I came to Councilwoman Goosby's office really frustrated, and I just kept coming, and we kept trying to work on a solution for this. And she did everything really that within the law that she could do, and she was really supportive in trying to find a way through this. And even though at times it didn't look like it, she really was on it. And as I followed and found out other parts of what was going on, it's really a shame that anyone would have to give up so much of their own time to come and deal with these things. Because the ability for squatters to keep getting around the loopholes in the system are are not, I don't, perhaps unprecedented, but it's remarkable the amount of problems it can create on any street. And in Uniondale, we have a lot of vacant homes. We have a lot of these problems that occur, and it's just very hard to get any visibility on this. So I really wanted to thank, again, each and every one of you. I want to thank the town supervisor. Congratulations on your victory. I really wanted to thank Senior Councilwoman Gooseby for all your help, really in following through this with a lot of frustration. Even as I appealed to the county for some help, really it all came back down to your office. So really thank you so much for your help. And not only on behalf of myself and my family, but also on behalf of the Uniondale Chamber of Commerce, thank you. Also on behalf as a board member of the Uniondale Community Land Trust, thank you. And I really appreciate all your help. And I know that the discourse, especially in the last 2 years since the presidential election, have gotten really awful, especially in here. It's mind-blowing how discourse has changed. And it really doesn't help or serve anyone, to not go through the process, no matter how frustrating it is. So again, really thank each and every one of you. And I believe that guy that just took off there was a fan of Ali Stefan, who I've worked with.
Councilman Blakeman.
Yes.
Okay.
But, okay.
And I really want to thank you. I did the message for you yesterday because I couldn't reach you, but certainly I'm very, very proud of what the building department has done. They have worked tirelessly to help get this done. So you're going to have someone there. They have the permits, and it will be a person who has the permits will be the person living there. So you will not have a squatter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that's pretty much it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Rory Gordon.
There's a lot of stuff here. I don't even know where to start. Number 32, the golf course. How many more times do you plan on adjourning this? Because it seems to me that every time you adjourn it, and this fellow here is going to be, I assume, filing a civil rights case because you're violating his civil rights, it's going to cost us more money in litigation. Now, we just got done talking about not spending money in litigation, yet you all approved to keep putting this off, putting this off, putting this off, putting this off. So do you have a time frame?
I think we're waiting for the completion of the study. Is that right, Mr. Ra?
The matter is in litigation, so there'll be no comment. Thank you.
Number 80, you gave a bulkheading contract. Is the town of Hempstead Waterfront Park going to be repaired? Can you stop the clock and wait for an answer, please?
Sorry, what number was that again?
Number 80.
Thank you.
What's the question about 80?
The clock is ticking. Number 80?
What is the
Oh,
question?
sorry. Is the town of Hempstead Marina's bulkheading going to be fixed?
Mr. Truman, that's what this is for.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
It's authorizing the award of a construction contract for bulkhead replacement, outfall repairs at various locations within the town. This was the lowest bidder who was accepted. Mr. Truman, do you want to add anything to that?
No, that's correct. It's bulkhead repair throughout the town of Hempstead.
Okay, are you repairing the town of Hempstead Marina in Freeport?
No, that's not on the list.
We brought
Part
you,
of this project.
we brought you pictures of gaping holes. Why wouldn't that be on the project?
I don't know, but there's other priorities. There's other bulkheads that need to be fixed.
So it's okay for the residents to fall in a hole, they rent a dock slip at the town of Hempstead?
It's just not included in this project.
Doesn't surprise me. Okay, let me move on. Thank you very much, sir. Number 88, the elevator repair in the parks. What type of elevators do we have in the parks? Like, are they for handicapped people, or do they go up to another floor?
Commissioner Lino?
Mr. Lino, this is going to be an ADA compliant elevator.
Hi. What type of elevators are in the parks?
Regular elevators, they're not ADA. I don't recall them ADA compliant, but I'll look into that for you and get an answer for you.
Okay, does the town of Hempstead Building Department inspect the parks?
times, yes.
Okay, so if I foil inspections on the parks, I'm going to receive,
I would have the permission of building departments.
okay, can he answer that question for me, please?
Commissioner Rothkamp?
Good afternoon, Supervisor. Elevators that are within the town of Hempstead are inspected by elevator companies, and they send us the certificates. As far as work that we do for parks, if they do any type of new construction, they file plans. They're exempt from building plans with the town of Hempstead, but we will review the plans to make sure that they meet all the codes, as well as do courtesy inspections on all parks property.
So if I foil the inspections in the park, I'm going to get something back, is that correct?
Yes, you should get copies of the inspection agencies from the outside elevator company.
Okay, I've definitely foiled elevators in many buildings that are commercial in the town of Hempstead, and no records were found. So I don't know how you could make that claim if there were no records found.
We don't inspect them. We just get copies of the inspection reports that are sent to us. We don't inspect elevators. Certified inspection elevator companies who do repairs inspects them and certifies them.
Right, but they're not in the files. No documents found, I think is the exact wording.
Do we retain the records certifying that they've been, or is there just an inspection?
There's nothing even in there.
In the elevator? Do they put some sign up they put it up in the elevator, right?
Correct. They put the certificate in the elevator that they're on site at that location. And again, if it is a public assembly, they do send us copies of them.
But if it's not a public assembly, like the EAB building, they happen to do it, but there are other buildings in the town of Hempstead, they don't do it. I foiled it. I went and looked at the folders. There's nothing in there. It's like nobody's doing the inspection. You already told us that you don't do commercial inspections, so it doesn't surprise me that you don't inspect the elevators.
That's
But
correct.
an outside company inspects the elevators, Ms. Gordon.
That's correct. And the fire marshal takes commercial buildings.
I understand that, Laura. However, those documents should be in the folder, and they're not. When you foil them, there are no inspection reports from outside. My point is they're not doing their job. And every time I get in an elevator, I thank my lucky stars that I make it to the top and back down. I know these are things you guys don't think about, but I am like so into safety here, and it's an important issue. So I just got the dance around, but now what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring it to your attention. I'm going to give you the documentation that I received that there is no documentation that was sent from an elevator company to the town of Hempstead. Okay, that's it. Thank you, Mr. Rothkamp. Thank you, Mr. Dunn, for severing number 95. I thought it was a very good project. Number 99, what is CEQA?
SEEKR is the New York State Environmental Protection Act.
Okay, can you explain it to me in layman's terms?
It requires municipalities to make a determination on various applications and various rezonings and projects that are developed in a municipality as to whether or not there is a significant impact on the environment.
Okay, so
and what you see on the calendar today are negative declarations, meaning the applications in question have no negative impact on the environment.
okay, so who actually does this CEQA stuff? Is that the division?
Well, first of all, there are state rules. The state has rules as to what gets a negative declaration and what would get a positive declaration. But the resolutions themselves are generated out of the Department of Conservation and Waterways.
So the town attorney or outside counsel, if there's litigation, for example, they don't write the CEQA?
The CEQA law has been written by the state and is enacted by the state. And the state has various criteria as to what gets a negative declaration, what would not qualify for a negative declaration. And like I said, the resolutions are generated out of Conservation and Waterways. I don't know how else to.
Well, what I'm not
it's extremely complex, but that's it in a nutshell.
Wait, but who physically writes the CEQA document?
You're talking about the resolution? It comes
Yeah.
out of Conservation and Waterways.
Okay, in this particular case, but I'm just going to use, in my case, who would write the secret, because I don't know anybody else's that I can cite. Who would write the CEQA law in?
The CEQA law was generated by the state of New York, the Assembly, the Senate, and the governor.
Okay, so somebody in the state of New York writes the CEQA law.
Correct.
Okay, you don't write it, Mr. Regina didn't write it, outside counsel didn't write it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. Just wanted to know that. Okay, this is a real doozy here. We've got 9 people that would like to have access to posting on the Town of Hempstead's website, control of social media. Really? We have a supervisor who's supposed to designate. Everybody here is going to be having a free-for-all if you decide to pass this, except Mr. Blakeman. I don't find you abusing that at all. But I've gotten more emails and more documents. I've got them from Erin King Sweeney. I've got them from everybody, Dunn. I mean, we have a supervisor to make a collective decision. You guys are not getting along, and the only ones that are paying the price are the taxpayer. Who is the person that is responsible to make the decision on what goes on the town website? Mr. Ra? Is it
The town board.
the town board? $500 pages, and you expect us to go through these in 5 minutes. That to me is pretty amazing. Well, you're changing it now. Oh, that one is one that was that eliminated? There's so many things here today. That's why the meeting's so long. There's no organization. You just stick.
People who want to speak, though, how many do you have over there,
We have a lot of slips.
But my point is if all of you are interjecting, okay, and you're not getting together, we're the only ones that suffer. You guys are not suffering. We're suffering. The taxpayers are suffering. And that seems so unfair that you all can't get
Can you
together
wrap up your
and iron
comments,
out.
please?
Huh?
Can you wrap up your comments, please? Your time has expired.
You know I'm right. Thank you.
Next, we have Felix Procacci.
Felix Procacci, 1165 Bond Street, Franklin Square, New York. First, the moratorium, item number 32. Now, I asked Mr. D'Esposito, who wrote the resolution allegedly, for the Frederick P. Clark to complete details. I looked at it a day after the last meeting. It was never put up on the website. I foiled it. To this day, I haven't gotten the foil on that. It was an illegal resolution. There was no price on it, no cost per hour. I'm not sure how you could vote on something that's open-ended. Can Frederick B. Clark rack up $1 million in legal fees? We don't know because there's nothing that says it. Now, once again, do we need to litigate this? Because it's the rule seems that unless I litigate it, it's not law. So that's what we've come to that, where why write this stuff? We'll just go to court on every issue we disagree on and settle it that way. So.
Not true, Felix. We have thousands of people who are concerned about.
In addition, please don't interrupt me. In addition, listen to me.
Talking.
I don't want to listen to you.
I'm interrupting you.
I really don't want to listen to you.
Okay.
Felix, please
But
be polite, Felix.
we have thousands of people who are interested in this and have asked us for a moratorium. So we are going to continue to have the moratorium until we come to a consensus on what to do with those golf courses. Okay? I don't want to be any more clear than that. You think it's something that it's not. You're comparing apples to oranges.
No. First of all, I can't find it here. The moratorium, okay, everyone should remember Harbor Island. I don't know, a lot of you were in here. This was one, 2013. It was voted down by the town board. And I never read a case like this. It's remarkable. Judge Brown, in one sentence, dismissed it in summary judgment. We never gave a reason as to why rental housing in Harbor Island.
Mr. Procacci, does this relate to the
Yes, it does, the
moratorium?
moratorium. Now, we're going to lose in court because we, with all the documents that we've generated on this moratorium, we haven't met the criteria for the moratorium. You have to have a specified reason as to what you're trying to accomplish. You have to have a specified period of time. All we do in this town, and I'm not for or against it, just to be very clear, we're not following the standard procedure. What we're doing is what was told to me previously. We have to litigate it to death in order to get any clarity. They write these documents in New York State. You can call New York State. They have a line, if you read James Calhoun's document, you could call about the moratorium, how to implement the proper moratorium. They have guidelines. They have people who could help municipal officials do it right. But what you guys do is a free-for-all. You don't want to follow any rules. You want to litigate, litigate, litigate. Now, I don't see the virtue in litigating to death. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. It's very costly. Now, let's move on to the other thing. So I'm against that. And Frederick P. Clark, once again, that's an illegal resolution. It should be out because it was never posted properly on the website. It still hasn't been posted. So there it is. I have a few other issues on it. Oh, yeah, on the Park District, the bonding. Are any of those bondings, they say Park District, anything going to Franklin Square Park District in the bonding?
Are you talking about the?
You have a whole series of bondings, and it talks about Parks Department. And I want to know if it's not specific enough. Sometimes it says Parks Department. Is any of that money going toward the Franklin Square Park District?
It's been all approved already by the board in the capital plan. I don't know if Franklin Square Park District was included in the capital plan.
The reason why I'm concerned about that is we don't have a budget in the Franklin Square Park District. There is no budget. It doesn't exist.
Is that a special park district?
Yes, it is.
That's what I thought.
So we have no budget. And Mr. Blakeman, if you want to talk on that, I'd love to hear you on that one, because they just raised it from $2 million to $4 million over 10 years, and I can't even identify a gallon of fuel, one tractor, a lawnmower, anything that was purchased with that money. If you could investigate that to me and get back to me on it, I'd love it. It's your district.
I will do that, but if you recall, I voted against the budget.
Okay,
Just for the reason that I didn't think it was transparent enough on the Park District.
But you voted for.
So we agree.
In 2015, you voted for the Park District budget. In 2016, you voted for it. In 2017, you didn't vote for it. So, I mean, I'm just saying that there is a thing. Doubled in the last 10 years. 10 years. No. If I said that, I said wrong. The posting of information on the website, you guys, Santino posted that he won by 60% of the vote. Then when he lost, he didn't post that he lost by 2% of the vote. It's inconsistent. Don Clavin, he's irresponsible. He doesn't know what free speech is. The town's municipal website is not protected by the First Amendment. You got 4 lawyers up there. Somebody needs to put out a press release and tell him, because he's a lawyer himself, but he doesn't know, that it's not protected speech. Facebook is not protected speech. It's a relationship between the citizens and the government. It has nothing to do with Facebook. A municipal company, a private company, it's not protected speech. And since I'm running out of time, I'll continue on public comment, but that's so important that you don't have a free-for-all, because most of the stuff that you guys publish is just campaigning, which violates state law, but nobody will bring that to the ethics board and an advisory opinion, because we don't do that. We wait for litigation so we could spend more money, because that's the way we operate here. There's no laws until it's litigated in court.
Stuart Kroll.
Stu Kroll, Great Neck. Let's see, I'm going to talk about 108, the proposed relationship between the shelter and the LIU vet school. First of all, I want to start by making a quote from the young lady from Banfield Animal Hospital, which is, "Oops, if there is a fatal mistake, these animals are homeless and there will be no lawsuit. These animals are actually sentient," end of quote. "These animals are sentient beings entitled to efficient, compassionate care. They didn't ask to be homeless, and in a properly run shelter, they would likely end up in loving homes," which of course leaves out this shelter. Let's see, I'm going to bring up a point that hasn't been brought up yet, which is Dr. Siegel. Last I heard, he's still the main vet at the shelter, so presumably if this partnership occurs, he would be the person who would be administering it. In my opinion, he's clearly not competent to do it, and I'll briefly explain why. In a sad situation about a month ago, I was at the shelter at 1:30 left at 1:30 in the afternoon. A dog named Bella was caged in the main hallway. By 8 o'clock, she was at a rescue in Philadelphia. Apparently, she was unspayed at the time I left. Apparently, after I left, she was somehow spayed and put in a car for a nice 3 or 4 hour joyride to Philadelphia. First of all, this is against all competent medical advice. A cat would be having to wait at least a day before it's spayed. And for him to allow this connotates to me that perhaps he should be taking advice from first-year veterinary students. Okay? We'll ignore the fact that there were numerous applications on the dog to begin with, and she was shipped hours away.
What item are you speaking on, sir?
I think it's 108, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, but you're talking about something that has nothing to do with the agreement.
Nothing to do with what? It has a lot to do with it. The proposed, because if this program is going to occur, it's going to occur under somebody's control, and somebody's going to have to administer it. Since he's the lead vet at the shelter.
Well, speak to whether or not you think there should be an agreement or not. You're going off and talking about other things.
I'm explaining to you why I don't think there should be an agreement. I'll get to that very shortly. There shouldn't be an agreement because
if you would just get to that, because right now you're not talking about anything germane to this item.
I think it's totally germane. I mean, you can't have something occur unless there's somebody able and competent enough to administer it. And I'm trying to explain why, as it stands now, with the leadership that we have at the shelter now, between Mike Pastore and between him.
That's you know what? That's public comment. What about this agreement that's before us?
I don't think.
What about this that's before us?
I'm sorry, what?
What about this item that's before us?
That's exactly what I'm commenting on.
No, you're talking about Mike Pastore again.
No, I'm not
you're talking about the leadership
I'm talking
again.
about the vet who's in charge of administering this program.
Supervisor, I wish you'd rule on this.
This is
Point of order.
Proposed partnership with LIU and the animal shelter to bring a partnership together so that they can bring vets and students into the animal shelter to provide services and training to employees. Are you talking about that? If you have something to say about that, then please get to your point.
Be specific about that. I'm trying to explain why I don't think that partnership should occur. I don't think this shelter is capable of upholding their end of the partnership. And that's the point of bringing out what I'm bringing out about it. So along that line, I'll finish what I have to say here. Okay. Another situation occurred recently with a dog was actually 10 years old. The shelter never checked for a chip upon administering it, decided the dog was 2 years old, and had it earmarked for a rescue ID.
Can you talk about your thoughts on the agreement? Anything else you want to talk about, you can talk about in public comment. But right now, we're trying to get through the administrative calendar.
Okay, fine. I mean, I'm just getting to the point that I'll make it, brief and simple. Basically, as far as I'm concerned, as Harry Truman said, the buck stops here. Every example of incompetence that occurs at that shelter medically is under his control, and therefore I don't think there's any possible way that a partnership can occur between LIU and the town shelter. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Patty Miller. Lucille DeFina. Bonnie Garone.
Good afternoon. Bonnie Garone, 17 The Lock in Rockville Center. I actually put in 4 slips because there were 4 items I wanted to speak about, now 3. And I'm going to try to get to all of those in the time I have. First is calendar 103, and these are the procedural changes that are on the calendar for the board's procedures. And honestly, with over 400 pages of resolutions for people to go through, I doubt that there are too many people in this audience who even know what is in that proposed resolution. But I want to speak to 2 things in the procedural changes. One is allowing items to be filed much closer to the meeting date, and I just want to briefly speak on that. And that is, we heard already today Councilperson Blakeman say he didn't have enough time to look at supporting materials. Right now, before any change, anything that is to go on the calendar has to go 2 Fridays before. So that leaves 6 business days for the members to look at those things. The change you're making is leaving 2 business days. Allowing it to be filed 5 days before allows 2 business days for the members to look at these materials. And that's just not enough time. We already heard, and we've heard at other sessions, that people didn't have enough time to look at the materials, and this is just going to make it harder. And the stated purpose is to allow members more time. You have 2 meetings every month, except in the summer. If it doesn't make one, it'll make the next one. And as we saw today, if something is purportedly an emergency, you could bring it on the same day. So I don't see any helpful governmental reason to shorten the time. You're just shortchanging the members of the board. But more importantly, you're planning to make a change to the notion of tabling, which I don't think exists in any rational legislature. Even the Nassau County legislature, which I have never held up as a model of efficient functioning. When you table something, it's because you need more information. So you put it aside, and when you get the information, you bring it back. You're creating something here where if you table something, it can never come back unless the majority wants it to come back. So you know what that is? That's the tyranny of the majority. If you don't like an item, like, for example, you don't like the item to allow voting on a replacement for a vacancy. You showed that today by tabling it, whatever that will turn out to mean, and not even listening to the public about it. You don't like it. So you know what? Why don't you have the courage of your convictions and vote no? Bring it up so that members of the public can give you their views. That's who you represent. So bring it up and let people speak and then vote. If you like it, you vote yes. If you don't like it, you vote no, and it's done. But for some reason, what you're choosing to do is if you don't like it, but you don't want to cast a public vote to say no, you say we're going to table. And then you don't have to hear any discussion, and you don't have to vote. And that's just not fair to us. That's not good government. It's not fair to the public. So if you don't want there to be an election to fill vacancies, for example, which this item would affect, then put it up, hear from us, listen, don't listen, vote your conscience, and vote no. And that'll be the end of it. But you know what? If you want open government, like you all sometimes say you do, bring it up, have a discussion, and you know what? Put it on for a public hearing, because that's exactly what a public hearing is for. And so I know, Councilwoman King-Sweeney, you've talked about the expense. Okay, that's a valid consideration. We've never heard one word about expense. But if you have a hearing, that's when you bring out the information about the expense. And then when you have a full record, you vote. And that's the way government is supposed to work, and that would be fair. So if you vote to make this procedural change, we will never hear that voting to fill a vacancy bill again, which apparently is what you want because you don't want to publicly vote no. And by the way, if you put it on for a hearing on September 4th, it is subject to a mandatory referendum, which means ultimately you don't really decide, you're just giving the public the right to decide. You have a hearing, you give the public the right to decide, and you know what? If you did that on the scheduled hearing on September 4th, then it could go on the ballot for Election Day, and there's not a penny of extra cost. I would like a few more minutes because I have several other items, but I will be brief. The other item I want to speak on.
Sorry, Ms. Garone, I can't give you the extra time.
I gave 4 slips, so why don't I get to come up 4 times?
We get one opportunity on the administrative calendar to speak.
Does anybody agree that I could have some extra time?
We have a lot of people that want to speak.
I know, but
You can continue at public comment, Ms.
No,
Garone.
because then you'll have voted.
And by the way, I disagree with you, but I thought you made a precise, cogent, and thoughtful argument. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I'd like to make a precise, cogent argument on a
We
couple
have a lot
others.
of people that want to be
Really
heard.
brief. Okay, get the Sergeant at Arms to take me out because I want to speak on 105 I've seen many other people do this here. On
Ms.
105.
Barone, can you just wrap up your comments very quickly? Just
Okay.
wrap them up.
You're purporting to vote to strip the supervisor's legal counsel in the action against the board. Now, whether you're on one side or the other, you're the defendants. You can't, and those of you who are lawyers know this, you're saying in this resolution that the lawsuit's not in the public interest and that it doesn't limit the supervisor's powers. But the lawsuit is about that very subject. The lawsuit's still live. So how can you decide that it doesn't have merit and you're going to take away payments for the lawyer?
Ms. Garone, actually, to answer your question, I have Ron Rosenberg here, an attorney who's representing the town board in the lawsuit that the supervisor brought. Can you please give your opinion why we feel compelled to bring this today?
He's your lawyer.
Okay, well, you've offered your opinion, and he's going to offer his opinion.
So I didn't realize we were going to be litigating these issues at the town board meeting today, and I don't think it's right for your lawyer to make a legal argument when my lawyer is not here. So I think that's highly improper, and I was actually told your lawyer was not going to be speaking at the town board meeting because this is not the place for legal argument.
Mr.
And this
Rosenberg,
is not the place to make pronouncements about what issues haven't even been resolved or adjudicated by a judge.
So,
yes, this is a matter of pending litigation.
Mr. Ra, I don't know what.
Mr. Ra's recused on this matter. So, Mr. Rosenberg, there's a reason why we put this on the town board.
This is pending litigation. This is an issue that obviously will probably be litigated to more expense to the taxpayers, and it's inappropriate to comment on pending litigation.
Actually, I didn't know the First Amendment barred discussions about cases that were in litigation. Maybe.
Well, that's a determination that's repeatedly made by our counsel, to not comment on pending litigation.
With all due respect, Supervisor, that is a decision made at the discretion of the attorney who's involved in the litigation. It's not a prohibition in law or ethics to discuss things.
So, Mr. Rosenberg, accordingly, would you mind explaining why we put this on the calendar today? So it's not an attempt to deny anyone legal representation. Just explain how this came about.
Okay, well,
thank you.
I can explain to you the legal issues that are involved here. I don't think you have to go to law school to understand that it's almost rare that the town would fund the legal fees.
Please don't start the clock because this is my time and I'm asking him. He did not sign in to speak. I'm actually asking him to speak. So please don't start the clock. Thank you.
So he gets unlimited time because you've asked him to speak? That's the way it works?
I think we can extend a professional courtesy. I'm not sure what we're afraid of. He's just explaining why we're putting this on. So please go ahead, Mr. Rosenberg.
Okay. I don't know if this is what, okay. It's a very simple thing that you don't have to have gone to law school for, but I heard a lot of comments today about wasteful spending on legal fees and attorneys, and I can assure you as an attorney practicing 41 years, I've yet to meet people who like to pay lawyers. The fact of the matter is that the town has no authority and should not fund a lawsuit against itself, thereby paying for legal fees on both sides. If a court determines to order legal fees to be paid to the plaintiff for being successful, that's one thing. But for the town to spend its resources to fund a litigation against itself, I think what a lot of people here don't understand is that the town is controlled and run by the town board as a whole. It's not run, we don't have an executive branch of the government like you have in the county where you have a county executive that heads the executive branch. The supervisor here is more of a presiding officer and has administrative responsibilities, but doesn't have the power to veto laws. She doesn't have the power to hire and fire anyone except the budget director. All of those powers are resided in the town board. And the law is pretty clear that the town is not authorized to pay legal fees unless there's a statute that provides for it or they resolve to agree to do it. There is no statute that provides for the payment of the supervisor's legal fees to bring a lawsuit concerning resolutions that occurred prior to the time she was the supervisor and which have no effect on her duties and authority as a
Mr.
supervisor.
Rosenberg, sorry to interrupt you, but in the interest of time, did you send a memo to the town board stating that if we did not rescind the legal fees, we as a town board would be potentially be subject to a taxpayer lawsuit?
It's in my opinion that if the town board continued its resolution to voluntarily, in the absence of a statute, pay the legal fees of a plaintiff who's just one member of the board to sue itself, that would be subject to a claim of wasteful expenditures that could be subject to a taxpayer lawsuit. What? So I'm not used to this in court. Most people follow the rules, but so the fact of the matter is that there is no statute that provides for the payment of legal fees. I think as a matter of common sense, it makes no sense. I don't know who in this audience would voluntarily agree to pay the legal fees of the person suing them, so they would have to then pay the legal fees to defend themselves. That's what happened with that resolution of May 8th. It was the town resolving to pay the legal fees of a plaintiff who was suing the town, and thereby requiring the town then to go out and hire the attorneys to defend the town board at great expense, paying both sides. It could be called the Lawyers Full Employment Act.
And Mr. Rosenberg, just for purposes of clarity, the administrative calendar also calls for rescinding the legal fees for all the other lawyers except for you, because we do need a lawyer to defend ourselves, but we now have one lawyer. So we are moving forward across the board to cut the costs on this.
Okay, so let me explain that, because it sounds like pretty self-serving that it just conveniently mines the one that we're keeping in there. So let me explain why. Back when the lawsuit was first started in April, there was confusion over whether or not Ms. Gillen was suing, Supervisor Gillen, was suing the individual board members individually or as a body or officially. And so each of the board members felt, and they're entitled to, if they're being sued individually, to legal representation paid by the town under New York State Public Officers Law, Section 18. It was then resolved. They amended the Supervisor Gillen's attorneys amended the petition, and it made it clear she was suing the town board as an entity and not individual town board members. And the resolution of May 8th, in fact, I was one of the people that was also retained individually to represent one of the council people, is being rescinded because there's no need for any other attorneys other than the attorney representing the board as a whole for the defendant, for the town. And so, again, it's a cost-saving measure. There's no reason to pay for lawyers for individual council people, because the council is being, hopefully, in my opinion, ably represented by me and my firm.
Thank you.
I've just been made aware that my counsel is here. Mr. Dodora, would you like to step up?
Good afternoon, Supervisor and Town Board. My name is Matthew Dodora from the law firm Abrams Fensterman, and I represent the petitioner, Laura Gillen, in the case that we just heard about. I'm a little surprised that we're at this point talking about funding the litigation after the board voted to pay the supervisor's fees for this litigation. And I'm also surprised that we're at this point now where a majority of the board may vote in favor of defunding a litigation that is specifically targeting a resolution which now a majority of the board opposed. 3 members of the board previously voted against part of these resolutions. Councilwoman King-Sweeney, Councilman Blakeman, Senior Councilwoman Gooseby voted against it. Obviously, the supervisor's against it. Now we're at a point where we're gonna vote in favor of defunding the litigation, challenging resolutions which you voted against. How can that be? I disagree with everything that Mr. Rosenberg said. These are matters which are going to be litigated, and they're in the process of being litigated and decided by the Supreme Court. So I'll wrap up my comments. We disagree fundamentally with what Mr. Rosenberg said. This is just another example of trying to silence the supervisor from challenging these unlawful resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dodora. Barbara Thomas.
Good afternoon. My name is Barbara Thomas. I live in Massapequa. I am here to just express some concerns about that partnership with LIU. I understand it was tabled. I'm hoping that before it is brought up again.
It was not tabled.
It was not. Oh.
There was an amendment made to the resolution to clarify that experiential is not experimental, and there will be no experimental component to that agreement.
Okay.
So it was amended, not tabled.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood
That's
that.
okay.
I think that it should be tabled for quite a few reasons, and a partnership like this could be absolutely beneficial to the shelter and its animals, but a lot of things need to happen first before we would enter such a partnership. First of all, entering something like this without having any questions answered about what's going to happen in this partnership would certainly put animals at risk, and it would put good staff at risk. It would put good volunteers at risk as well.
Ms. Thomas, may I interrupt for 1 second?
Yes, sure.
So the agreement that we have right now is to form a partnership so that we can help the university get its accreditation, and that we're going to, it clarifies that we will be further delineating the relationship between the shelter and the school once they receive their accreditation, and they can move forward to do that. So it contemplates that there will be another agreement that's going to come before this town board that will specify exactly what the role of LIU will be, what the role of the shelter staff will be, and how the partnership will move forward.
Okay.
And may I interject something, since you're going to have another one, since we did not, I don't know anything at all about this one that you're questioning, because I have questions too. Before it comes to this count, is it possible that you have them come and make a presentation before this board so I feel comfortable, because I really don't feel comfortable with it as it is, because I don't have enough information. So that is, if that's going to happen, I certainly would like to have that.
Mr. Lockeruba, could you step forward and just explain a little bit where we are in terms of this?
He doesn't need to do that, not now, because it should have been done before. It was on here. I read it in the newspaper. And that's what I resent.
This proposal was with the town attorney's office for about a month now.
I don't know where it was. All I know is I read about it in newspapers. Most things that are happening on this board, I'm reading in the newspaper. I really don't appreciate that.
Now you know how
Goes
I
in the
feel.
newspaper before we get it, before I see it.
Mr. Lockeruba, could you just explain a little bit about where we are with this agreement and what it means?
Sure. So this is just really the first step at the ground level to create a partnership agreement with the university with respect to the new veterinary college that they're looking to open. This partnership is non-binding. This partnership has no specificity to it. We're not on the hook for anything. This is to show that the town of Hempstead Animal Shelter, along with the town of Babylon Animal Shelter, along with North Shore Animal League, that we're all willing partners with the veterinary school. And once they get their accreditation, which that process starts, I believe, within the next 7 to 10 days, then we will sit down, and I'm sure that the university would be more than welcome to come to the town board, make a full presentation on what their offerings are and what their hopes are with respect to a relationship with the town. But they didn't want to do that until they got their accreditation. So they just wanted I don't want to call it, it's a loose commitment that the town was a willing partner, so that when they went to their accreditors that they could say that the town of Hempstead is on board, we're going to work with them, it's going to be a great relationship. And that would help them with their accreditation process. So once that is done, yes, we'll formalize an agreement that's a little more rigid and says exactly what the expectations are from both the town side and the university side.
And so once the school is a little bit further along in its development of this new veterinary college, which is an amazing, great thing for Long Island and for New York, Then they'll be ready to make a presentation. Is that correct, Mr. Lagaruba?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. If I had known this before, reading it in the newspaper, it would have been great. I really like to know, this is very important. It's involving animals. So I want to know.
Okay, thank you. If this should move forward, then I and many other advocates would recommend that you find someone that can oversee this program. There's no one administratively qualified to oversee this program in the shelter. The shelter right now is at a point of such mismanagement that I don't understand how you can introduce a program such as this when there's chaos at the shelter right now. So I would hope that the right people are, some maybe brought back in place, or the right people put in place to move forward with something like this. And as far as experimenting, a lot of the public does want to know before moving forward that, you know, are these students going to participate in just taking blood from an animal, which would be acceptable, or are they going to be allowed to perform like very complicated operations on the shelter animals? And that's, you know, a lot of people think that this does equate to like animal experimentation, which nobody wants to see with shelter animals.
Nobody on this town board, I think, wants to see that either. There was no contemplation of experimentation on animals. It said experiential treatment, not experimental treatment. So nobody here, and we've just amended it to make that very clear that it's not about experimenting on animals.
So are they going to be allowed, though, to perform surgeries on the animals?
That's not even being contemplated at this time. This is just a simple partnership agreement. So those details will get ironed out after the school gets its accreditation.
And will the advocates be able to participate in this?
There will be a full presentation to the town board when we move forward with another agreement that will detail all the particulars of how this partnership is going to move forward at the animal shelter.
Okay, thank you. And just last, this is something which you know is I'm passionate about because of the animals and the people that speak up for the animals. And that is, I know we are in pending litigation, so you can't speak about this, but once again, I really, really beg your administration to look at the code of conduct at the town's shelter, and to, if there is indeed still one that the volunteers sign off on, then I would sincerely request that you enforce that, because I have to say that, volunteers do great things. Some of the volunteers are crossing over many, many lines, as they did with me in their retaliation. That's part of my suit, I understand. But now they have other targets out there in the town of Hempstead, including the family of Chaos. He's a dog that ended up in the town of Hempstead Animal Shelter. Well, somebody released on social media details about this particular dog, Chaos. And they formulated like a hate storm towards the family of Chaos. And it's a young woman and a young man who have a young child who's 3, and they're like being threatened. They, on social media, they were cyber stalked, they were cyber harassed. Their family was getting messages from people. Some of your volunteers and some of your rescue partners were stirring up the situation and making this family sound so terrible that everyone started going after this family based on the information that your people put out on the internet. They went to her place of work. Part of my suit, I get it, with what happened to me. But somebody actually went to this young woman's job the other day to cause a commotion about announcing to the world how bad of a person this is, how bad a family this is for what happened to Chaos.
Saying one of our volunteers did this?
Yes, some of your volunteers are on the internet on social media. Yes, they network dogs, but some of the volunteers are also getting inside information from your shelter, like unauthorized information, and sharing it with the public.
Okay. All right, thank you for your comments. Lucille Defina.
I'd like to talk about item 108, even though I know that it is basically tabled. I think that before you decide to...
Ms. Defina, I just want to clarify, the
Yeah, it's
item has not been tabled. It's been the agreement has been amended.
Okay. Well, I just want to talk about situations like that. Right now, the town of Hempstead, I've seen FOIL records where they've used foster care with vet schools such as BOCES, and I just want you to understand that if you're going to do something like this, then it has to be really clearly laid out as to what their responsibilities are going to be, because right now I do believe, and I don't know if it's still going on, but I have FOIL records from last year, quite a few, and the year before, of kittens that went to BOCES and died really slow, horrible deaths and suffered terribly. And I also would like you to be aware that anyone who goes into that shelter and sees the condition of your small kittens that are sitting there in the kennel would cringe, that there is a big need for proper...
Can we move the calendar, please?
Ms. Defina, just if you could limit your comments to the item that's pending before the board. I will say that this agreement, again, it's at the initial stages. We have to form this partnership. It will help the school get its accreditation so we can have an amazing veterinary school right here on Long Island. The relationship will be further delineated, as I explained, about what the parameters of that work that they bring to the shelter will look like. And that will become before the town board as we further define our relationship. Right now, the school is in its infancy. It's getting its ducks in a row, and we will be moving forward with them. But this agreement could be an incredible resource for the town of Hempstead and for our animals, because it will provide professional veterinarians coming in, professors of veterinary science coming in to demonstrate to their students how to give the best standard of care to our animals. And they're also going to bring behaviorists, and we've had a lack of staff in our animal shelter. We need more staff there, and this is not going to cost the taxpayers anything. So it's actually a really great win-win situation, I think, for the town.
I understand that, but when you say they'll bring in professionals, supposedly we have professionals there now. We have a $4 million shelter. We have a vet who's making at least $120,000 a year. I mean, we're supposedly have professionals on staff. I think the money is severely mismanaged, and we shouldn't be, you have to expect that there's a real lack of confidence here in you and in your administration and your staff to even hire such a thing like this. We have a huge budget at our animal shelter right now, and people who are getting paid a lot of money, and the health care should be excellent right now as we speak. I just want to know, on item 41, what is that? Authorizing financing of retrofitting of a patrol van? For $45,000? What is that?
Commissioner Marino, are you here?
Hi, good afternoon, Supervisor, Council members, Senior Councilwoman Gooseby, Jerry Marino, Commissioner General Services. This actually is just for the bond that's on the calendar. But we're buying a new animal control van. It's called retrofitting because we buy a regular van, then we modify it to fix the back so that We meet standards for the state of New York, to put the animals in the back and have it air conditioned properly and so forth.
Oh, okay, it's an animal control
Bonding,
van.
that's why I
Okay.
really wasn't prepared to speak on it.
Okay, no, well, I didn't understand a patrol van. I didn't understand what that is.
I think it's $30,000 and an extra 15 or whatever to, I didn't even look at it, but to
Okay.
set it up properly.
Okay, you might as well stay here, because what is this about authorizing financing of a dog run cage door replacement?
Again, that's-
70,000?
This is more for bonding issues, so that there's money in the capital plan, but we'd like to replace some of the doors on the animal kennel cages in the front and in the back.
That seems like a lot of money, $70,000, but, and the dog runs are usually, as you know, always empty. Everyone's up here complaining constantly about these dog runs being empty.
No, I'm talking about the animal cage dog run, the inside ones.
Oh, it says the dog run. The dog run
That's
cage.
inside. That's
Inside?
It's called the dog runs where they go in the back, where the dogs go in and out. Actually, it's going to cost a couple $100,000, so we're doing it in small pieces. That's how much it costs to.
Cage doors. I mean,
If
can't,
it's cheaper, we would love to know who you know, because it's very, very expensive per linear foot.
there must be a way, but okay.
We've gone to federal contracts, state contracts, and I even looked at the old one from the person that did it 30 years ago, and he's out of business. So I've gone every place I could think of. And
Wow. Okay, so right now, this is just, the money's not being spent now, or it's not, it's just, you're just
money.
getting.
It's going into an account, and then we're going to try. We're trying now, but my point is it has to be there before we can do anything.
Okay. Okay, thank you for the explanation. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Defina. Bob Chapman? Mr. Chapman is not here. Emma Travers? Rich Shuren?
Richard Shuren, 167 Jefferson Avenue, Harbor Isle, New York. There's quite a few items on here I'd like to address. And, you know, I just want to communicate to you all that the deception that goes on here, the actions that you take, the maneuvers that you take to, you know, disguise what you're attempting to do is really bizarre. I mean, Mr. Blakeman, you've served in government for a very long time. I mean, you can't believe that, you know, adopting a resolution that says tabling and permanently tabling ought to be the, you know, the same thing. And the idea that, you know, people show up and sit around to talk on a subject, and then you table it to deprive them of the opportunity to speak on it, and then they want to speak. People rise up and they want to speak, and you deprive them of the opportunity. You know, I mean, that's not the way it's supposed to work. I mean, I can't believe that you all want this legacy on your records. I mean, it's transparent what you do. It's extremely transparent. And it's, you know, it's a reflection on your character, to tell you the truth. And let me talk about some of the things here. Felix mentioned the Harbor Isle debacle, which I hadn't even spoken to him about it. It's just amazing that he put the two together between that and the Woodmere. It's such a clear analogy. I was intending to talk about it. I mean, the continual extensions, the lack of a plan, the law department's negligence and how they deal with these things, it resulted in a true tragedy for my community, because now we have a disgusting empty lot and a developer that has the right to do whatever he wants. And that was the legacy of, you know, 10 years of negligence and mismanagement and lack of planning. And I frankly, I see the same thing going on with Woodmere. I see the exact same thing going on with Woodmere. And you're leading them down a road of protracted litigation where you're going to end up with a very bad situation. And it's unfortunate, but they ought to be aware of that. And they ought to be aware of the history of the town of Hempstead and their dealings in that. And they can come to my neighborhood and they can look at this empty lot right now. It's full of ponds, mosquitoes. It's a disgrace. And we're just waiting for the builder to build 110 rental units on that lot. That's one of the items. The other item was the item that I believe she was an attorney for the Democrats on the Board of Elections. She was speaking on it. You cannot, if you don't want to vote on, if you have a negative position on something, you ought to at least, and another board member here, Ms. Gillen's a board member, wants to put it on the agenda, or Ms. Goosby's also a board member. Have the decency and have the courage to allow them to put it on the calendar and then vote on it. You're not fooling anybody by taking things, quote unquote, permanently off the calendar so you can avoid voting on it. Just vote no. I mean, just vote. Be honest. That's all we ask. You can have your positions, but be honest about them. Enough is enough. It's crazy. And then the pandering too is out of control. I mean, people know that what that deal is about. You don't need to amend it to preclude experiments. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Just elevate your game a little bit is what I'm saying. Please be honest with us and try to be a little more professional about the way you handle things. And I intended to be a little more clear and eloquent what I'm saying, but it's emotional to me because it's ridiculous. I sit around for hours and you watch the shenanigans going on. It's just very frustrating. So good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Shern. Mita Meriday?
Okay, Mita J. Meriday, Baldwin resident. As others have said, this is a lengthy agenda, so I'll try to get through it as it pertains to the calendar before that question gets asked of me. Number 24, I just need some clarification as to what that is about, that resolution for that declaration, and keeping it moving when anyone can get that answer to me. But meanwhile, starting on the bottom of page 4 and all of page 5 and all of page 8, all of page 6 and all of page 7, the majority of page 8, I see serial bonds. I didn't even have the time to try to add all of these things up. And if someone can explain to me, my recollection of bonding means borrowing. So if we're talking about borrowing this significant amount of money for these various and related projects, is this connected to that capital project statement that you put out before? Is this connected to that?
Connected to the capital plan that was put forward.
Okay. Now, how is this impacted as it pertains to the overall budget that was voted for last year and the one that is going to be coming up for review for this year?
Well, we are working on the budget for this year. The capital plan is a roadmap on the priority projects that we as a township need to get done. So the capital plan was voted on a few meetings ago, and now these are the bond resolutions that are connected to the work that has to be done and the borrowing that has to be done to accomplish some of those
Okay,
plans.
so these specific
The controller here?
projects-
Is our controller here?
I don't say that. So these specific projects listed here on these 3 or 4 pages have to do with the funding that was outlined on that capital projects plan.
That's correct. That's correct. Those are the bond resolutions that now take the capital plan that was adopted for 18 and allows them to now be spent in the future, as well as the debt to be raised for that.
Okay, so the companies, again, that are tied to these projects.
Haven't been done yet.
It hasn't been done yet.
They have to, those projects, this first step has to occur in order to then go out and do a public request for advertise for bids on a particular project and then award to the contractor. We're not even at that stage. This is just the authorization to spend the money and then pay for it with the funding of it.
Okay.
in the future.
In the future, okay, so there aren't any initial agreements or arrangements with anyone that is tied to this? Okay, so ideally, I can hope that down the road that we could look at doing something that's proactive that would incorporate service disabled and veteran-owned businesses? Yes. Okay, perfect. That answered that question for me. Thank you so much.
No problem.
And there was one discussion when someone asked about one of the bonds, and it mentioned I believe, a $30,000 animal control van. Again, I find it amazing, and I am definitely in support of protecting our animals because they are among our vulnerable constituency. But I'm still trying to fathom how we can, when we have close to 50,000 veterans in the township of Hempstead, that we don't have any type of mobile facility, a mobile van, a bus, Uber, or something that can provide these same types of resources and services for our veterans, to provide them with access to things or to be able to get to them at locations when they can't be about certain things. I mean, the town of Hempstead, the mobile van that I usually see parked in the back of Greenfield Cemetery, because that's part of the route that I take, usually only comes out when it comes time for elections. I mean, again, we have these resources that we're not utilizing for our veterans, and I am just inquiring as to why that is not the case and trying to move briskly through this. 78, where it says rejecting the bid for installation of a hydrodynamic separator system at Roosevelt Highway Yard. What is that? And are there other towns who have the largesse to have that in their community? And how many community residents within Roosevelt actually know what this thing is? Because I'm wondering if it's the flying saucer thing that's on the property that is near Pennsylvania Avenue. So if someone can answer that question.
Commissioner, will you please provide some clarification on that?
Supervisor, Town Board, we are rejecting the bids because there was only a sole bidder, one bidder, and the engineer's estimate and what was bid was way out of whack. It was much too high for to be comfortable with. We're going to rebid that in the spring. What it is it's ordered by the DEC, so it's mandated for us to do this at the end of the yard. It's at the end of Clinton Avenue. It's going to have all the water runoff from the highway yard run through that separator before it goes into the grounds.
So it's going to run through that. What is the impact as far as any type of overrun or issues for local residents?
There's no issues for local residents. The runoff goes into the stream on the side of the Roosevelt Yard. This hydrodynamic separator makes the water available and clean to go into that location.
Okay, and do other communities have hydrodynamic separator systems?
I would guess wherever the DEC mandates it.
Okay, but do other communities have those?
I wouldn't be familiar with that right now.
Okay, but you were involved with the installation of this one, so you would be involved in the installation in other communities.
The town of Hempstead is
You're talking
required.
about town of Hempstead?
You're talking about
Yes.
the town of Hempstead.
Well, it says rejecting the bid, so the town is involved with the bids for these projects being developed, so the town would know what other communities have this type of system.
Okay, I understand. I'm sorry, I thought you meant other municipalities.
No.
No, that's only a single operation that's being put into the Roosevelt Highway Yard. It's not going anywhere else in the town of Hempstead.
Okay, and again, was that by DEC selection? Because it just seems to me that particularly the find that we have like the firing range in Baldwin bordering on Hempstead, we've got this hydrodynamic separator system in Roosevelt. I just find it curious that there are certain things and certain items that seem to come up in communities that are predominantly of color. And many times the residents in those communities are not aware of these things going on in a system or in their community. I mean, I'm in fear of certain things of that avenue, but that answered that question real quickly while I have my time. Thank you so much. 106 and 107, we're talking about approving and adopting grants, particularly 107 before my time runs out. Who are the three that are having the signing privileges? How are they vetted for this process?
The three people who will have the authority are the supervisor, the commissioner of parks, and the counsel to the commissioner of parks.
Okay, and my last question, because I did get it in before that, on 109, and I know I'm going to get up, I know other people have to speak, I get all that. 109, what is the impact on the budget as it pertains to this base, to increase the base cap on the contract? Because was that base cap already pre-agreed upon as far as it pertained to the overall budget?
Yes, it's an increase in the amount to be paid to that company.
Okay, I will save my other comments for public comment. Thank you.
Mary Ellen Cray?
Mary Ellen Cray, 436 Locust Avenue, Uniondale. On the first item, number 18, we've had questions about 1188 Walnut Street because we're seeing trucks there. People in the area are questioning, they do not see a town sign indicating that there are permits for whatever is being done. And so we're just concerned about that.
What's the address again?
1188 Walnut Street, Uniondale.
It's
That's on item number 18, one of the two. On item 29, as far as the weed and invasive vegetation control, I want to know whether neonics are being used there, glyphosate, or are they being manually removed?
I'm sorry, Ms. Cray, could you just repeat?
Number, what did I say?
29, I think you
29,
said?
yes.
What was your question? Oh, Mr. Pritchard, Mr. Pritchard's coming to answer it.
Thank you.
Number 18, do you see that? Does that have something to do with
Ms. Cray brought up she has a concern about a property located at 1188 Walnut Street in Uniondale.
on number 18?
On number 18, yes.
Yes, 1188 Walnut Street, Uniondale, we found it to be open and abandoned of a one-family dwelling and garage, and we boarded it up. I don't know off the top of my head if they have an actual permit now, but I will send somebody by to see exactly what's going on at that location.
Great, and Ms. Cray, were you concerned that there was no sign?
We're not seeing any permit
Can you just make sure
sign
there's a
for
sign there?
people obviously working there, and we don't know if they are making alterations and if they're permitted. Please.
Absolutely, I'll send somebody to look.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Pritchard.
I don't think that the timer should have been running there.
Okay, and the question was about our weed control
Yes.
contract and whether we're using manual pulling of weeds as opposed to a Roundup type
Right.
product. It is in fact a Roundup type product that we're using. One of those two items actually requires, it's not Roundup, but it's that same base with the glyphosate that you talked about. One of those two items is for control of invasive vegetation, Phragmites, specifically around the ponds at Levy Park. They grew up to such an extent that you couldn't even see the ponds anymore. That application actually requires a DEC permit from their division of pesticides for us to do. So they're okay with us using that project.
Oh, that's interesting, because I didn't think you could use it around water.
That's why we need the DEC permit. So we need to do certain preventive measures at the same time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Of course, 32, extending the moratorium. That's the Five Towns Golf Course, is that correct? Just yes. Okay. All right, now, there are, in the next few pages, yes. So my question, though, is why some of them require they're subject to permissive referendum. Only some of them. It does not seem to relate to the amount of money, because up on top, number 36, there's a $1,500,000 serial bond, no problem, right? But down at the bottom, you know, it's $200,000 and it's subject.
Whether or not the life of the bond as propagated by the New York State, the period of probable usefulness, that's how long you can amortize the bond. If it's 5 years or more, then it's required to be subject to permissive referendum. If it's under 5 years, then you do not have to go out on permissive referendum, which is just another posting.
Okay, but it seems counterintuitive.
Dollar amount does not matter.
That's what I was going to say.
The law does not recognize the dollar amount. The law recognizes what the purpose of the bond issue is and where it falls in the Section 11 of the finance law in terms of the PPU of how long it is. That's all that matters.
Okay, thank you very much. That's instructive, but still pretty muddy for the average person to understand. Now, let me get past those, which, as Ms. Meriday said, are a whole bunch of them. Okay. As far as the improvement, number 86 to the Bernard Brown Park, I'd like to just say that I would definitely be in favor of that, and once again indicate that I'm so happy that Bernard Brown is memorialized at that park. The number 88, so the only parks that I know that have elevators are Echo and Merrick. Are there other ones?
Mr. Lino?
Oh, just Merrick and Echo, thank you.
Thank you.
And just to indicate, I was using the elevator at Echo one day when I had pushed the button to close the doors, and a moth flew between the doors, and it immediately stopped closing and opened up. So I thought, gee, that's pretty good safety situation. It was just a little tiny moth as big as my thumbnail. 89, the unregulated contaminant monitoring, is that going to be for the Uniondale wells?
Good afternoon, Supervisor and Town Board again. Commissioner Reinhardt, Town Hampstead Department of Water. Number 89 is for laboratory services related to the UCMR Unregulated Contaminant Monitoring Rule, Round 4. That's a federal regulation, comes out every 5 years, lists 30 contaminants that are currently not regulated, and requires water providers to test for those. Some of those tests are done at well sites. Every one of our well sites will be tested for those particular contaminants. Some other ones are tested actually in the distribution system randomly throughout the 6 districts.
Oh, very interesting. Thank you. Okay. I want to comment on number 93. I'm very, very pleased that this is coming up, the Renewable Energy Environmental Sustainability Advisory Committee. And I'm pleased to see that that's moving along. 102, harassment. This is to train staff about not harassing each other. Is that what that's for?
Yes, it's awarding a contract after a selection process was undertaken by a bipartisan group of individuals. And we are awarding the contract to Jackson Lewis to come in and to train our employees, to give them the requisite training that we need to be in compliance with the law.
So it would be like workshops, seminars?
Yes, I believe they're going to be in-person training, yes.
So the amending certain procedures, I guess people who do the online thing are aware of these, and are there a lot of these procedures that are being amended? Number 103?
Well, the law firm's going to come in, give us best practices, develop policies and procedures, and then train our employees.
Very good. So the park facilities that are supposed, in 107, that are supposed to have the grants, do you have those parks indicated?
This is for Winsome, I think Winsome Park Project. It's for the Winsome Park Project, Winsome Avenue.
Where is that located?
In Merrick.
I want to commend the, on 108, the possible partnership between the College of Veterinary Medicine and the town and other partners. I think this is a great idea, and I'm very pleased to see that moving along. I think I have.
All right.
There were several times when the clock was not stopped.
Can you just try to wrap up your comments, Ms. Craig?
Unfortunately, well, I'll skip that. Okay, so you have several public hearings coming up, and I guess I'll talk about them in public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Cools.
Hi, Susan Cools, Baldwin, New York. I'm just here about the item pertaining to Baldwin. Let me just get to the right page. I didn't realize I was going to be up. Okay, so item number 96, authorizing the acceptance of the Baldwin Downtown and Commercial Corridor Resilience Study. So my question is, once you vote to accept this study, how long do you anticipate it will take until you can also vote to put the overlay process into effect?
So what's happening now, this is an acceptance of the study that was done in 2017. By accepting it, we're not required to adhere to all the recommendations in that study. It's having an overall plan going forward. One of the other resolutions that's up today is increasing the funding for VHB, which is the consultant who has been working on Baldwin. And so what they're going to do now, if we accept this study, is to first they're going to present us with the scope of work on what they need to do and how much it will cost for them to create the overlay zoning district. So they'll get to work once we get these resolutions approved to get us that scope of work, then we'll talk about it, and then we'll move forward with an overlays district if we decide that that's the right thing to do.
And I'm sure that you all know, because many of us have been here time after time, for at least 25 years, Baldwin has been just the forgotten community, and we've been promised project after project. Nothing ever happens. We see things go on in other towns where in 6 months something is put through, built, filled, and is wonderful. But for some reason, these things can never happen in Baldwin. Very curious as to why. We will probably never have that answer. But I certainly implore you to stop that from happening, because you've got a dying community, and this is a wonderful community, but it's dying due to the result of all of this political nonsense that's gone on for 25 years. So I certainly implore you to please do everything you can to get these things done in a very timely fashion.
Well, I do think that Councilwoman King-Sweeney, Senior Councilwoman Gooseby, Councilman Anthony Diaz-Pazito, and I all really want to see this project finally succeed and move forward. And so we are moving ahead with alacrity to try to get this done.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Kevin Sedella.
Supervisor, members of the board.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
My name is Kevin Seidel. I work for a company called ProChamps. I live in Pennsylvania, but we're based in Melbourne, Florida. We recently responded to an RFP for a default mortgage registration program for Hempstead. I believe we were the only respondent, but I'm not 100% on that.
That item has been, is that item number 123?
Yes, I would like to
Is that item
speak.
tabled?
I believe it was. And I can come back during public comment if you prefer that I speak during that time.
Yes, right now we're just sticking to the administrative calendar.
Understood. No
Thank
problem.
you, sir. Diane Madden?
Is this the last one?
No.
Diane Madden, Hempstead. I really wanted to speak on 108. You know, everyone seems so surprised on your staff that this is a big deal and we want clarification because they probably weren't the ones getting all the text messages and the panic from even the vet techs at the animal shelter that were not even aware until they read this in Newsday. So, and by the way, hats off to Supervisor Rick Schaefer because he is involved in this, but he did not have all the fanfare and whatnot and cause all this confusion in the rescue community and advocacy community and staff and whatnot. He recognized it as being just what it is, pretty much not a lot other than to help this college get accreditation. So what I'm wondering is who was involved. I mean, I'm assuming a press statement went out from your office, and I'm wondering if the town board was aware of all of this because the confusion and chaos and panic it caused was, as usual, as with the kickoff of the privatization, really unfair to the rescue community, to the advocates, and obviously to the town board if they did not participate.
So the contract, the agreement was sent to the town attorney's office about a month ago, and I believe some council members were copied on some email correspondence in about May, end of May.
So you're saying that they were aware that you had this meeting with this organization to get this college accredited?
I know Councilwoman King Sweeney was aware.
Hi. What it seems like with Councilwoman Gooseby, she was kind of in the dark about that. And that's one of the biggest problems at the animal shelter is the secrecy, the lack of including everyone. And this is this is the theme and the philosophy that we've worked hard to do away with. So seeing something like this come out and then pointing to the public as if it's their fault that they don't understand whether this is experimental or experiential, there was reason to bring these issues up and to be panic-stricken. And again, even the animal shelter staff had no idea. The medical team there, I can't speak for Dr. Siegel, I don't know, but I know that the people that are in there that are performing these surgeries, and they're also very concerned as well about how this is going to move forward.
Ms. Supervisor, members of the town board, we started these conversations with LIU, I guess, back in mid to late May. But any meetings that we've had with them, and I don't know to what involvement the board had according to Councilwoman Gooseby, none. But the Department of General Services and the animal shelter staff were involved in the walkthroughs of the building. We brought LIU to the animal shelter, and the shelter staff and the Department of General Services was involved in that process.
Well, when you say the shelter staff, I don't know if you're talking about officials related to the staff or the staff themselves, because I can tell you right now, they don't feel included in much of anything. There's a lot of concern about this. This potentially can be a great thing, but it also can be a not so good thing if this is not done properly. And if record keeping by then is not improved a great deal, if you don't have a new director involved and involved with this arrangement and involved with the parameters around any agreement. So it's like putting the cart before the horse. I understand it's just today, which is why I personally backed off from asking the board to table it, because it just helps the college to get their accreditation. But this has to be very closely examined. And the fact that there's a member of the public that said it's no big deal, and to specify, no, it's detrimental to the lives of animals, that everyone understand what this entails, because by the press and by coverage, it led the public to believe that students would be involved training on animals, plus the comments that were on Facebook saying, from vet techs, oh, this is great because animal shelter animals are not owned, therefore, you know, it's not a big deal, there's not going to be lawsuits. Well, that raises a lot of concern. So again, this was senseless, needless confusion. And I ask you that the board moving forward is involved with all of this, that the advocates are involved with this so that there's a clear understanding, and the staff as well, by the way. There's an understanding of what the parameters are around this.
Yes, as we move forward, as I've said earlier, and we start to delineate what the role of the college will be, there will be a presentation to the board. They're just not ready to do that yet, and they're still working on their accreditation. Once that happens, there will be presentations. There will be far more detail to what the arrangement will look like then.
Well, and that's why I like if you use the language if they're involved, because right now we know nothing. So you say when they're involved. I think it needs to be established whether they should be involved or not, depending on what the parameters are to keep these animals safe. They're in enough peril, Laura. They're missing enough protections. They're living under secrecy. I'll talk about that more at miscellaneous.
This is a non-binding agreement. We're partners. They're going to get their accreditation. If we don't want to move forward, we don't have to. We can terminate the agreement, I think, on 20 days' notice. I don't have it in front of me, but it's a non-binding agreement. So if there was something in there that the town board felt was unacceptable moving forward, we don't have to. We're not bound to do anything.
That's all I ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Valerie Lamp.
This is the last one, right?
Good afternoon, Valerie Lamp, Baldwin. Just a quick question, actually, about the order in which these slips are presented. I'm just wondering, because I feel like I'm always kind of dead last, and I'm here for, 100 hours, and other people get, 3-4 times at the mic, and I just always, and sometimes I get skipped, and then I have to fight to get the mic. I'm just wondering, is there anything, can we go, in order, time-stamped, or something like that?
Yours was the last slip that was handed up for the administrative calendar. It was brought up to me at the end of it, once I had gotten all the other slips.
Well, I have 4 slips in, but okay. Anyway, item number 112.
Dominic,
please.
did you hide any slips from Ms. Lamp?
No, I'm not saying hiding. I never said hide. Didn't say that. I was just
Because I only have one slip that you handed to me, and Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay. So, item number 112, please. I wanted to ask, just in terms of transparency, is there anyone being appointed to a position who's related to either a board member, or someone on the board, or their staff?
Is there somebody in particular that you think is related to someone?
Is that a no?
I'm wondering who in particular you're talking about.
Well, I would prefer it if there's more than one person. I mean, obviously, I don't know everyone's family trees, et cetera, and everyone's staff, but I'm just asking, in the interest of full disclosure and transparency, which is something that we're always talking about here, I think it would behoove the general public to know if someone's being appointed who has a family member on the board or staff.
Does anybody on the town board have somebody on here they're related to?
No.
Would love my 10-year-old to work. Mr. Salmon, are you aware of anyone?
No, Supervisor, I am not.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so back to number 100. Thank you, Rory, for bringing this to my attention. I actually really condone and commend this because, number one, the social media pages that belong to the town of Hempstead have until very recently basically been a replica of Supervisor Gillen's social media pages. Picture for picture, comment for comment, and other council people's work, initiatives, press conferences, press releases were not actually put on. And I just think that's completely inequitable, unfair, and not right. I mean, if someone's doing a good thing, for example, Councilman D'Esposito, who did this initiative with Camp Anchor and that great company that I'm completely in love with, the Crazy Socks Company. I know you know what I'm talking about. You were there.
No, I'm wondering, did you put something in for Crazy Socks and it wasn't put on the?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Is Crazy Socks there?
I didn't ask a question. I'm giving an example of a great initiative that he was relatively not mentioned on and carved out of, even with the pictures that were taken. And prior to that, I believe this is precipitated from a lot of outcry from the public, because prior to that, since January, those pages, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, were a replica of your pages. And it didn't include a lot of the other council people's initiatives, their press releases, their press conferences, anything good that they do. And so I'm just here to voice, I'm not asking a question. I'm not asking a question. I'm here to say, I think this is a fantastic idea. I believe every council person should have equal access to these pages as well as to the website. Like you like to say, you only have one vote. They all have one vote also. They should have access to these pages in terms of fair and equitable postings. And you know what? Just in all fairness, I decided to do a little research and due diligence. I went backwards on those timelines, and out of curiosity, I admit, I stalked the prior administration's postings. And I have to give credit where credit is due. You know, in the past, the prior administration had postings from every council person, multiple pictures with bipartisan pictures, photos, and comments. And Senior Councilwoman Gooseby, you were on there with your posts, Councilwoman Sweeney, and the entire board, even the guy that was here before, who before my time, whatever. They all had their stuff up, and it seemed fair and regular. I think that this is an important amendment, and it pertains to communication. All of these people represent tens of thousands of taxpayers and residents, and we want to hear from them too. It is the Town of Hempstead page. It's the Town of Hempstead website. It's not the Laura Gillen page.
So I'm just looking at our press releases. The first one on here is Clavin Goes on Air. The next one is
That's recent. That's recent.
Yeah.
If you want to sidebar with me, I'll go back, because I used to handle your Instagram and Facebook pages and Twitter. I know exactly what I'm talking about. From January, February, go to March, go to April, before the public started basically calling you out on the fact that these pages were identical to your personal pages. That is what was happening. Now it's different, and I'm in favor of it. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anybody else who'd like to be heard on the administrative calendar?
Move it. Move it.
Oh, wait. I'm sorry. There's one more person who wants to be heard.
Elizabeth Stack, 19 Wellesley Road, Rockville Centre, New York. I'd like to speak to item 103, resolution amending certain procedures to the town board. Yes. I'd like to speak specifically about the problems with tabling. For example, we need special elections to fill vacancies in elected posts instead of appointments. The Republican-controlled town board continues to delay this legislation and continues to delay it, and I'd like to know why.
Move the question. Let's move the calendar. This item was tabled.
Okay, 5 of the existing Republican board members initially were appointed to their seats, giving them an incumbent advantage in their elections. These same 5 keep tabling these issues.
Ms. Stack?
Yes.
Ms. Stack, you can speak about special elections in public comment.
This is about tabling. I see the continued tabling of this issue and others as absolutely unacceptable, despicable, disrespectful to the residents who have been here, some of them all day. We need a voice in our government, and elections, not appointments, are the way to do that. And that's the best way to represent your constituents in the town of Hempstead. Thank you.
Sorry. I guess I don't remember what time of day it is. Okay, here we go. I move the administrative calendar, 18.
I think there's a motion already on the floor.
Who made the motion? I made the motion? Who made it?
There's already a motion.
There's a motion on the floor.
So we're just going
Oh,
to take
okay.
a vote.
All right.
Right. So, Madam
roll.
Clerk, please call the roll on items number 18 through 132, except the items that were postponed indefinitely.
Councilman Ambrosino.
I'm sorry, real quick. So the hand-ups that were added are on this vote, right? Correct. Thank you.
Councilman Ambrosino.
Aye on every item except item 23, on which I recuse myself.
Okay.
Councilman Blakeman.
Aye on every item except item 105, which I vote no.
Councilman Diaz-Pozito.
Aye.
Councilman Dunn. Councilwoman King Sweeney. Senior Councilwoman Gooseby.
Yes, on everything except 105, which I vote no.
Supervisor Gillen.
I vote aye on all items except resolution number 100. This item is completely unnecessary and changes prior policy, which called for the town communications office to be responsible for all items contained on the town's website. Opening up our website to multiple people invites so many bad things, viruses, hacks into our site, and potentially other secure information for being possibly compromised. It also allows for the potential posting of inaccurate, misleading, or politically motivated content without any safeguards whatsoever. This is clearly a shot at my office for one particular instance where an item was posted that had nothing to do with the person's official duties as a Town of Hempstead officer. When it was challenged because there were not written protocols put in place, it was placed back on the website, although it didn't have anything to do with that person's official functions as an officer of the Town of Hempstead. I have put out an RFP to find a consultant to guide the town in creating a policy which is appropriate for our website and our social media pages. I would hope that the council will support the creation of that policy. With respect to the access to the town's social media accounts, there is no issue. Access has never been taken away. Our password for all the social media accounts was given to my communications team by Ms. Trankel, who is communications director to the board. None of the passwords have been changed, so everybody had access to those passwords. This is just a blatant grab at power control, and it should be retained in the communications office. I vote no on Resolution 100. On Resolution 103, the rules. The rules that govern how this board conducts its business have been in place for decades. There's never been an issue until now when there's a Democratic supervisor sitting on the town board. It's part of a troubling trend forming here in Hempstead, where the majority seems to think that the only way to continue with business as usual approach that they have enjoyed for over a century is to keep as much as possible in the shadows. This blatant attempt to silence my office and the public is shocking and undemocratic. We have established Politburo politics in the town of Hempstead. Americans were warned of the tyranny of the majority by our founding fathers in the Federalist Papers, the roadmap to guiding how our nation would be run. I never thought I would see it coming true here in our township. Generally, items are tabled for further clarity to be provided to a board member or for language to be adjusted to clarify a concern. Tabling was never intended to bury an item forever so that the public never gets to comment and board members never have to expose their position on an issue that they have too much cowardice to vote on. The second part of the proposed rule changes is to allow for items to be presented the day before the agenda gets posted publicly. This leaves no time for review by my office or any other office. It puts a tremendous burden on the town clerk's office and her staff. Once again, the intent is clear. There must be things that no one wants us to see until it's too late. What a shame that it has come to this. There's no functional or rational reason for either of these rule changes, and I vote no. Resolution number 105, attorney's fees. Back in December 2017, a decision was made after the election was lost by the former supervisor to protect and hide certain employees from moving on, as is traditionally done when there's a change in administration. This decision not only cost taxpayers $2.4 million in unbudgeted salaries, but took away the ability of my office and the town board to address this situation by doing an amendment with the town collective bargaining agreement. I made it very clear from the outset that this was an attack on the authority of the office of the supervisor and on the town board itself, and I would not let it go unchallenged. I filed suit to undo these actions and to protect the authority of my office and to protect the authority of the town board. To have this item on the agenda shows that the members who were against the measures less than a year ago maybe have changed their minds. What is more disappointing is that they are forcing me to go to court to have this resolution, if it's passed, overturned, because this politically motivated is nothing more than a litigation strategy, and it does absolutely nothing for the taxpayers. It's a complete waste of time. I vote no. Number 131, resolution regarding to the retention of Steve Leventhal. I maintain my objection that there is a conflict of interest and that this should be voted no upon, and I vote no. Resolution 132, I firmly support helping a resident, but I've had no time to review any of the documentation relating to this resolution, so I abstain from voting on it.
If I may, I would just like to point out one thing before we adjourn. I cast my vote a few minutes ago with regards to the social media. And it wasn't, I just have to correct a statement. It was not because of one particular incident revolving the receiver of taxes, whatever his issue was, why it was on there, why it was not taken off. Myself and Susie Trankel have submitted press releases that perhaps didn't have direct association with a law here in the town of Hempstead. But when I put out a release as a former New York City detective about myself being against the parole of someone who murdered an NYPD officer who was not only a town of Hempstead resident, but a member of the Elmont Fire Department, and that was submitted, and I was told it was under review. And I'm pretty confident that to this day, it's still not on the website, and it's still not part of our press releases, and I'm fine with that. I have no problem. I wouldn't have said a word, but I'm not going to sit here and be told that we're only putting this forth because of one specific instance. There have been other instances, and I hope that moving forward we can work together and make sure that everybody on this board and all the interests that we have are put on the website for everyone to see. Thank you.
May we have a motion to adjourn?
Okay, I must say too, I have put up press releases that were very, very important to me to go out to my community. They never hit the papers. They never went out. I'm very concerned about that, so I certainly will go along with this resolution that we've passed. Okay, may I call for amendment to adjourn?
Second.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilman Blakeman. Aye. Councilman D'Esposito. Aye. Councilman Dunn. Aye. Councilwoman King Sweeney. Aye. Senior Councilwoman Gooseby.
Aye.
Supervisor Gillen.
Aye. That concludes the formal portion of our meeting. We will now take public comment. Kathleen Spatz. Susan Ryan.
Good afternoon. My name is Susan Gordon Ryan, and I live in Point Lookout, New York. And I've been here for 6 hours waiting to talk about the issue that was tabled in terms of the having voters have the ability to vote for council members who end their terms and are appointed. I want to just a little bit talk about my own background. I worked for a career first in education, then in government, and then in not-for-profit. So I've had an opportunity to not only grow up in Nassau County, but be able to work in many different sectors and be very proud of it. My time in state government, when I worked for state parks, and then I worked for Nassau County for a period of time. I was so proud of the time that I spent in government. I was enjoyed all of the people I work with. I worked on a bipartisan basis every single week with both Democrats and Republicans, and was really, really proud of being involved in that group of people that really care about their voters. I do not see that here today. I am so concerned about what is going on here in the town of Hempstead. I have grew up in Nassau County. I've lived in the town of North Hempstead. I've lived in the town of Oyster Bay, and I've also, for the last 22 years, lived in the town of Hempstead. What I saw today here with this bipartisan bickering and one-sided attempt to pay no attention to bipartisan government is disgraceful. I cannot, sit here and say that I'm proud of what I've seen. First of all, I'm on a lot of public boards, and I've been to a lot of public hearings. This is not an agenda. This is a filibuster. I sat here for 6 hours with post-polio syndrome. My muscles are screaming at me right now, but I was not going to leave till I was heard, because we still live in a democracy, and I'm not seeing it right here. The bipartisan lack of support for an elected official, whether you like it or not. Laura Gillen was elected. She's the first Democrat to be in the town of Hempstead for over 100 years. One-sided, thank you, Dorothy, I apologize. You were voted in, and so was Laura. The rest are appointed over 100 years, and Sylvia. The rest were in the Republican feeder system, which you don't learn how to play well with others. You've had your own way for all of this. There seems to be no respect for bipartisan government. And that is what I've seen here today. This was, the people in the town of Hempstead should be able to vote for their representatives. And Laura mentioned before that this is a very sad day for the town of Hempstead. It's a sad day, but I'll tell you something. I am so angry that we're going to get involved. I am a community activist. I am going to get people to vote. Maybe Dennis doesn't think that we need to vote, and that the Republican Party can just keep appointing people so that they're incumbents and they don't give any opportunity for another side. I don't agree with that. We live in a democracy. We don't live in Russia yet. And I'm going to keep fighting to not have that happen here. And all politics is local, and this is not good politics. This is serving whoever appointed you. And I'll tell you, I was in both of my opportunities in working in government. I was a political appointee. I served at the pleasure of the governor, and then at the county executive. And it was good government, and it was bipartisan. This is a disgrace. It really is. And these meetings have to be more user-friendly. I'm on several other boards. You get 2 minutes or 3 minutes, and you have an agenda where people are respected. This is not user-friendly, and sitting here for 6 hours, I know why. It's on purpose. It's absolutely disgraceful. And I am going to I'm just saying, just to end, because I'm running out of time, which I didn't think I would use, there's no balance of power, and all of you have a responsibility to your constituents, not to whoever appointed you. Joe Mondello is not here, or if he's not the head of the Republican Party, I don't know who is, but he's not in charge. The voters are in charge, and the voters are going to start to show up at these meetings, because the agenda is disgraceful, and your lack of support for the county, for the Laura Gillen and the town of Hempstead is disgraceful. Shame on you.
Tammy Williams.
Good afternoon, Supervisor and Board. For the record, it's Tammy Williams, 2279 Ludlam Avenue, Elmont, New York. I'm going to hand this over to the clerk, so everyone has a copy. Okay. So I don't have an item to discuss on the agenda, but I do have an item to discuss with my two council members. One is gone. And this has to do with the New York State Urban Development Corp., known as Empire State Development. Ambrosino, you're very familiar with land use. Just to make this quick, the former Empire State Development Chairman, Charles I want to say his name right for the record, Gargano, stated that we do have the power for local zoning override. However, we never do it. Empire State Development was formulated in 1995 based off of the 1968 urban development. That's when people from the South, Black people came up. They needed a place to live. They moved them into what they known as the ghetto, but they wanted to basically rezone it for the purpose of economic development and sustainability when it comes to housing. Now you have the state coming down into Elmont and want to impose an unnecessary hockey arena. You have been silent. We are paying out of our pockets for legal representation because you are supposed to represent us. If the state tells us we do not override local zoning without the authority of your local municipality, where are you in that conversation? The record that they gave us was they never reached out to the town of Hempstead. So I'm reaching out to you on the record to say we need to have a conversation. You have what I passed around to you. You have Nassau Hub as the central location for all communities that are segregated because, you know, I have two council people because of gerrymandering, because you guys were appointed to be our voices, but you are not there. So coming out of pocket every month to pay for a private attorney is worthless because you're supposed to be the gatekeeper to say, you know what? This land is zoned for residential B. It's very difficult to override that. You have zoning laws that go back to, I don't know, the colonial days. You have to give just cause. And put in another arena 8 miles away from the one we have here that goes directly into the Nassau County and town of Hempstead's budget doesn't make any sense. So are we getting any benefits from this? No. So people talk about traffic, but I want to talk about economics. You're taking the money away from other mom and pop shops to just locate it into a park. So you're going to spend your money there, come out, and then you're going to go home. So what is that going to do for Hempstead Turnpike's corridor? Those stores are going to close down. And I'm young, I'm 36 years old. I want to purchase a home here. But how are we going to do that if all that you're offering is low-wage jobs? You know, we inherited the debt that was not paid by our other generations. So again, while I'm not going to take up too much of your time, I just need to know, when are we going to have a public hearing? Because the town board, your zoning board, whoever, has to answer these questions. I understand they want to do the SECRA, the scoping, but pump the brakes. We did the comprehensive planning back in 2003, 2008. It's been 10 years. It's been 15 years. The only voice we had was Tom Alfano, and he's gone. So we got 3 state senators, we got 2 council members, 2 county legislators for one small little community. And you haven't been there to any of our meetings. And where's Mr. Blakeman? Okay, so again, to assure the hard look at this plan, you guys have to be at the table. I don't care what's going on. I don't care about Republicans, Democrats. I don't give a crap. What I care about is the fact that I live 3 blocks away, and God forbid I can't get my son, who has sickle cell and autism, to LIJ. God forbid he goes through another stroke. Because you guys want to be, I don't know what to say. You know what to say. This is the town of Hempstead. We don't have a village mayor. We have you. That means you are our mayor. And if I can't get CJ to the hospital, hell has no fury like a mama. Okay? So you tell Empire State Development that that program was for a time period for when people from the South was running for their lives against lynching and given an opportunity to develop a community. It's not for a skyscraper hotel. It's not for another arena, okay? I don't want to hear about Nassau Coliseum is obsolete. That's bullcrap. It really is. That's a scam. So if the state can give them $6 million to move back home, keep them there. But you can't give us an independent study? That's wrong, and that's why I'm asking for you to step up to the plate. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Roth, as far as I know, we are not responsible for the zoning there. Is that state? The state does the zoning. We can't. That's a state.
State-owned property, and it's a state development.
Quote unquote.
Town of Hempstead has no jurisdiction over that property.
Okay,
None whatsoever.
So the former director, now it's Howard, the former director said, I quote, "We do have the powers of local zoning overrides, but we never do it without the local authority agreeing to it." Did you reach out to the community of Elmont? Because we pushed back for 4 years for a stupid soccer stadium. Did you reach out to the community and take a poll, a study, anything? You just let someone just come in and just do anything? If I say I want a strip club in front of your house, I can just do a strip club in front of your house? What is the process? So you just throw up your hands. That's it. The state want to come and do whatever they want to do. You don't believe in eminent domain. You didn't believe in the third track.
I'm sorry, but your time is up now, dear.
All right. I need a rebuttal.
I'm not rebutting you because I just
No, I'm
told
in
you
Ambrosino.
the state is in
Are you going to
charge
meet
of
with
that.
the Belmont Park Community Coalition? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. I think this is Willie Nelson. Is this a Willie Nelson? I can't read the name. I can't read it. What does that look like to you?
Somebody from Belmore, definitely first name either Willie or William.
Okay, that's one down. Valerie Lamp, McCann.
I'm punchy. Okay.
I think we had her.
Valerie Lamp Baldwin again. And so, okay, with regards to the LIU, I know that was, I understand what you guys are saying in terms of it's not binding and it doesn't mean anything. I just wanted to present an opposite side of that coin, actually, because this is my message. I know they're going to give a presentation eventually to the board. I really implore the board to reach out to, it doesn't have to be me. It's not, I have no ego in this, okay? It does have to be, though, some qualified experts. Animal welfare attorney would be great. Other experts and pet professionals who can sit down with the college administrators prior to the next step, please. The advocates have massive concerns. And to be honest, if I were a student in this situation, I wouldn't want to learn from this place as it is right now. I try to compare things to, I try to make analogies that are relatable. And so if I were going to culinary school, I wouldn't want to learn from a half-star rated restaurant with a mountain of complaints and lawsuits. And, you know, I'm just saying, I think it's worth considering if we're really going to do something great here. I think that we need to collaborate. Okay, I'm talking to myself. Anyway, so my next question was actually for the supervisor. She's not here. At the last meeting, Supervisor Gillen made mention of how Mike Pastori, the executive director at the animal shelter, wanted to be transferred. His attorney was also on board with that, and so was the union. I was going to ask her, maybe someone else can speak to this in terms of when we can expect to see that on a resolution.
I don't know.
Anyone?
Do you have any idea, Mr. Roy?
Councilwoman Sweeney, would you possibly know when that's might be added to a resolution?
That is bothering me. No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I see that. No.
Sorry, no, it's all good.
You're going to take that harassment course. No, I'm only kidding.
All right, I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
All right, at the last meeting,
My
which I
fault.
wasn't here
And
for.
please pause your time for a minute, it's my fault.
Thank you. At the last meeting, Supervisor Gillen mentioned that the executive director at the shelter wanted to leave. He wanted to be transferred, and that the union was in line with it, and so was his attorney. So what I was wondering is if Supervisor Gillen or anyone else could let us know when to expect that on a resolution.
So I'm not supposed to really talk about personnel matters. Can I defer this to Richard Jean, our counsel to the town board? Who might also have to defer, but he just gave me a look.
Regarding personnel items, it's not appropriate to discuss it in a public forum. I'm sorry.
Ms. Lamp, we've certainly taken your comments and other animal activist comments under advisement. There have been many meetings related to your comments. I think we can say that.
No, I know. I was away on vacation for the last board meeting, and I actually pathetically did watch it, or most of it. Anyway, but specifically that moment, you know, I was thinking in my head, if Supervisor Gillen is saying that she's got all of these people in favor of it, I was expecting it to be seen today on the resolutions, and that's what I was hoping for. In a lighter note, Senior Councilwoman Gooseby and Councilman Dunn, I actually have a couple of thank you cards. I forgot to bring them up with me. I think I've given one now to almost every member of the board and the receiver of taxes, but I specifically wanted to acknowledge your bipartisan efforts. Councilman D'Esposito, I'm not going to name everyone. Everybody, pretty much for the most part, except for one. But I loved being at the shelter in this you know, congratulating both you and Sylvia on translating those forms. And
I didn't translate them. I'd love to take the credit for that.
I just love what I'm seeing in terms of, someone was saying that there's not a bipartisan effort here. I completely disagree, because I am seeing teamwork. Senior Councilwoman Gooseby, I feel like we're old friends now. I saw you again last week at the fundraiser, and you know what? The vibe was good chemistry. And I think, you know, we need a lot more of that. Anyway, again, I know Supervisor's not here, but I actually wanted to encourage her to attempt some better communications. I think a lot of these things can be avoided if people just sit down at a table together and hammer things out. You know, someone else was talking about how you guys shouldn't table things and just make your vote. I could make the argument that getting all dramatic at a press conference, ripping up papers, is also, you know, I believe that to be counterproductive. I mean, like you were saying, put it to a vote. I've always said that. Mitch, I've said that to you many times. Put it to a vote. Let's see how everyone votes. So, you know, what's fair is fair, and I just want to see more bipartisan efforts, and let's try to, you know, put our guns down and get some good things going, continue, hopefully, in the town of Hempstead.
Ms. Lamb, first of all, thank you for your comments. And I think on a very positive note, I think we at the board level are working very closely together. And I think we've achieved a tremendous amount since January. If you think about the measures that we have passed on a bipartisan basis, we have healthy, spirited debate behind closed doors. But and people vote different ways, and it's all good and it's all healthy. So I think good stuff is happening. Just to get to your LIU comments, I hear you. I wish Senior Councilwoman and the rest of us were a little bit more involved with that decision-making process. But that all said, I think it is a good thing. I have been in touch with LIU posts. I think they're well-meaning people. I think it's really great that Long Island will have its own vet school. So I think it's a good thing, and we hear your comments, and I think we have to just continue that open dialogue that we've had. I certainly know that Rich Regina, Christian Chuli, and others are doing their best to reach out. So let's just keep that going, and let's make this a good thing.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that. Just, involve the advocates. They only want the best for the animals.
And by the way, I'm that close to get my mom to foster a cat. Yes. It's like, it's
know.
a little black and white cat named Penelope. It's like that close.
That's awesome. I did have one last thing. I'm sorry. And
Does your father know about that yet?
That's like the big secret.
Cat's out of the bag. Supervisor Gillen, again, not here for my comments. It's not the first time. I'm kind of used to it, but I did want to say this to her. I'm gonna make pretend she's there because hopefully she'll hear this. But we do know what you did. We know what you did very recently within the last 2 weeks. And again, I would say this to her face, but she's not here. I wish I had permission to reveal it, but it will come out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Liz Stack. Liz Stack. From here, Rockville Center. Annie Myers. Annie Myers. East Meadow. Oh, what it says, A-N-N-E.
Ann, right?
No, A-N-N-E.
Okay, first I'd like to know what happened to everyone here. Well, neither have I, and I missed a lovely lunch at Cafe Lido today. It was corned beef. Excuse me? Cafe Lido at the beach, the seniors' beach. No, I wasn't there. I was sitting here all day. Yes, okay, my time is ticking. So first, I'd like to know, what is the maximum number of animals allowable in a private home in this town? Is there a maximum number of animals allowable in a private home in this town?
Yes, but off the top of my head, I can't tell you
3?
what that number is. It's somewhere around
I believe it's 3.
Okay.
No?
And it can be
4?
any combination of dogs, cats, or what?
3.
Any combination or 3 of each?
I think it's.
I am just informed it's 3 dogs and no limit on cats. I find that difficult to believe, but that's what I'm told.
Yes, I was just curious.
I'll check it. If you want to give me your name and number, I'll get back to you.
Okay, my name is Ann Myers.
Well, don't give me your number. You're on TV, so I'll
I was going to give the address. Okay. Well, I think anyone who's seen me here in the past knows what my complaint is. Last time I had just moved into the Meadows, and I wasn't able to produce my quotes and all because they were still packed. Obviously, I'm making progress on the unpacking, although I'm spending a lot of time at Lido. Specifically, when I put in a FOIL request, I got back information from 1995, the original filing before the complex was even built. But it was interesting, even though it was written 23 years ago, because it indicates that, in fact, subletting was allowed for 3 months at a time, renewable for another 3 months under the original charter. Why then did I have to move in with friends? Why was I not afforded a chance at a sublet, potentially? Why were people who were burned out in a fire at that location not given consideration and had to move off premises? I think it all goes back to my complaint with the housing department, with the person, excuse me?
You're referencing the housing authority, correct?
Authority, yes.
Okay, okay.
I'm sorry.
Is anyone here from the housing authority, from our housing authority?
Is there? Because I
No,
called
there is
this
no one
morning
here
and
from the
asked
housing
if there
authority.
would be.
There is no one here from the Housing Authority.
Well, they know that I'm here. I spoke with Karen Richards this morning, amongst other people. So they chose not to be here, that's fine. Going back to the Housing Authority, specifically one Joe, who has stated to me in the past that he doesn't give out numbers, he's not the Grim Reaper. When I went down and read the board minutes, which, by the way, were not complete, I don't know if some were being withheld from me or not, but he had made the statement that he keeps a list of the people that contact him and have not yet done anything, and that he was in the process of contacting each and every one of them. So there's a contradiction there. Joe also doesn't admit to what he does. He doesn't admit to having shown me apartment number 205, Nancy Nason. So how then would I have known her prior to moving in? As I told you last time, he was very demeaning, told me to get a hobby, and I'm sorry if Mr. Dunn is leaving. I don't know if he's already gone or left, because he's going to be mentioned in here too. Again, oh good, welcome back. All I can tell you is I have a new respect for the homeless. They're not homeless, they're survivors in my eyes, because it was a tough go. Being separated from my belongings, being separated, not having privacy, not having a roof over my head, but having met people that were willing to help. I can't believe that there are people like that in this world still. But I mean, I thank God for them. Joe never returned calls in a timely manner or at all. Wouldn't allow me to view 2-bedroom ground floor units to see if they were convertible to tubs. If they had showers, in his mind, I was going to be eliminated. And when I heard that, I asked to speak with his boss, Mrs. Lawrence. He told me I'd get a letter letting me know when and where that meeting would take place. I find it appalling that he's represented as the only person that knows anything about this secret list. If it's being held by the town, I feel that it shouldn't be such a big secret. I can see rejecting personal information such as names or whatever, but you should be able to determine where on the list you are. And we had this conversation not regarding that specific part of it, but you're coming up soon, so just hang in. Mrs. Lawrence was under the mistaken impression that I had turned down everything I had seen. Where would she have gotten that idea? I know where it came from. And when I went to my legislator for assistance, he stated, thank you. Okay. He stated that, right, and he gave me permission to continue. He stated that those facing homelessness should be given a priority. I told him my judgment from the court was in the car and that I offered to get it. I did get promised a callback, which came from his administrative assistant, who stated she had spoken with Joe Pellegrini and was, quote unquote, told things about me. And that her boss had misspoken when he said there should be preferential treatment. Well, there should be. There absolutely should be. I advised Joe that as a private citizen versus himself, a public official, that there were different standards to be held to, and that he should stop maligning me. I'm talking to you again and telling you that there needs to be a light shone on this agency, specifically this area of the agency, and I will just continue on and on. Now that I'm on the inside, I'm hearing other people's horror stories. What's going on has to be stopped. And now we're talking about the Housing Authority. Joe Pellegrini, who incidentally is probably there because he has a relative in politics. Excuse me? Okay. I mean, the rules need to be examined. They need to be changed to reflect what's being done, some of which is correct, some of which is compassionate. But when does it change? When does it stop? When is he stopped? I mean, last time I was told to speak with her administrative assistant. Well, that's unfortunate because then she can't go to the beach. Well, you know, I don't believe you, and I'll tell you why. Because of what happened earlier today, which was we will wrap it up fine, which was a sad day for democracy. And it's surprising that you claim to support military, who are the people that fought and died for open elections, public elections, and then you table things.
Time is up. We
All
have
right.
other people that are waiting.
All right, we got to move on to the next person, please. Kevin Sedella.
And I'd like to know what happened to the rest of the board members.
Are those your papers, hon?
Thank you, members of the board, Supervisor. Again, my name is Kevin Seidel. I'm with a company called ProChamps. We are based in Melbourne, Florida. We responded to an RFP that was issued recently by the town for the management of a default registry program, a foreclosure registry program. We're a very unique vendor to a municipality, and I'm speaking specifically about the tabled item, which was 123, in that we literally will never send you a bill. We'll only send you checks. We'll create a registry at our expense for you, a database, train your staff on how to use it, and most importantly, our property registration programs are designed to help your staff fight blight. So right now in Hempstead, when the grass is this tall and the windows are busted out at a foreclosed property, your staff struggles with identifying a responsible party. That's what we do for you. We do it at no out-of-pocket expense to your community. And it works really well. In fact, we registered 108,000 properties last calendar year alone. We've registered 1 million properties in the last 10 years, over 200 different communities in 12 states, New York State included. We have several communities that we're working with in New York State. So I understand that the item was tabled. There's obviously some confusion on what it might do. What I'm wondering is if maybe it might be a wise thing for me to come back for your next meeting and do a presentation for you. If I could use that computer screen right there, I can show you all of your foreclosures. And Hempstead is really unique nationally. You have one of the highest concentrations in the nation of municipal bank foreclosures, 6,000 from one end of the town to the next. It's quite daunting. We've been running a program since March of 2017 in Babylon. We've registered 6,000 properties since the inception of the program in that community. If we can do it there, I know we can do it here. This program shouldn't be contentious at all. It's completely free, revenue generating, and a great tool for your code enforcement in the battle against blight.
So just quickly, the woman just talked about homeless veterans, and you're talking about homes that are
In a state of foreclosure, sir.
and
Matter of fact, there was a gentleman here that was speaking about a home that was dilapidated near him that
and you identified the owner and the possibility of making that home
Absolutely.
For available to homeless veterans or.
Sure, that's entirely plausible.
And that's great. And you'll bring another thing that Ms. Meredith brought to our attention is bringing these things up so you can do a presentation to us maybe at the next meeting if we can put something together. I don't know if we can put something together that quick, but we're going to try.
Well, sir, I can do it right now if you let me.
Well, we'll speak to Patrick from my office because we have Doreen's already busy, but we'll try. We'll see what we can do to anything to help veterans get in the home and cared for is what we want to do. And if we can just use that for veterans to begin with, and then branch out to, because we're God-fearing people and everybody counts in this country. So, but we'll start with veterans because that's dear to my heart. So if you talk to Patrick and tell him he's right there.
If you don't mind, if I could leave my business card and some of our brochures with your clerk.
Absolutely. If the clerk's office will hand it out to each of the town council. I'm not shutting your start. I'm sorry.
Yes, Mr. Sedella, it might be helpful if you could come back and explain a little bit more about the registry process to some of the town board members.
That would be my pleasure.
Well,
We'll look forward to trying to arrange that for you.
And I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you for waiting.
Stuart Kroll. Did you call this person already? Greg Nahum? Greg Nahum? From Lido Beach?
Sweeney? No, she's here.
John Corcoran? Felix Bacacci?
You wish I left, right? Felix Procacci, 1165 Bond Street, Franklin Square, New York. I want to bring up something on the administration calendar, the various offices and positions. Once again, it's illegal. At the end, they had a sentence, 16 absences, but they didn't specify the persons. You're violating New York state law. But, once again, we have to litigate that in order to find out that it's really a law. It just says it in the law. As far as that law that you just passed, the day before kind of thing, that once again, that violates state law. February 2nd, 2012, New York State passed, it was enacted that day, it took effect, that a reasonable time must be given prior to, all the resolutions must be on a high-speed website, a reasonable time before the meeting. And one day is not a reasonable time, and I think that could be argued in the court of law. Of course, we have to go there because why do it for free when we could spend $100,000 for it? So that's an illegal law. Again, the financial disclosures are not on the town's website. We're violating town code. We can litigate that one too, right? You're violating, how many? 3 laws already, So, I don't believe that laws need to be tested when they're obvious. I mean, I could argue that I went through a red light, but it wasn't really red. It was reddish pink, and we could say it wasn't exactly a pure red signal coming out of there. Who's going to do that? We do that. We do the stupidity that no one else would ever think of doing because they would be too ashamed to do it. We do this at the town board. You guys do it day in and day out. It doesn't make any sense. The law is very clear, yet you go on because you have deep pockets and you could bankrupt anyone virtually. That's really a shame of, and we talk about, once again, proper procedures for town meetings, right? Well, back in 2016, I sat here and I was talking on the Windows and Restaurants law. Afterwards, May 24th, 2016, it was discussed on May 10th. I wanted to bring up because it still is an illegal law. It still violates the vested rights of the property owners. It's issued, it's implemented on properties that a CO hasn't been issued, even though the whole property could have been approved by the town board. Dorothy Gooseby, violating my constitutional rights, had 4 guards come around me. My time was taken away from me illegally. And all these people here who are worried about Councilwoman Sweeney, D'Esposito, worried about free elections and fairness and all this other stuff that you're talking about, you sat there, and I got the pictures, you sat there and did nothing while I was attacked by these guys and my rights were violated. So don't tell me, please don't tell me that you care about veterans' rights or anything, because you really don't. You don't care. It's all the words. This is what you care about. You'll talk me to death because you can, but you don't care about civil liberties. You don't, because you've sat here and did it. And I got the video up online. It got nearly 500 hits on it. And you could see, I got pictures of D'Esposito, pictures of Dorothy Gooseby, pictures of Ambrosino, King Sweeney looking and playing with her phone at the time. They disrespected my constitutional rights, and all I was doing was talking about a law that this town passed illegally and would not discuss because there was pending litigation. But Mr. Blakeman would talk indefinitely about the Woodmere Club moratorium indefinitely, even though there's pending litigation. And all the people who spoke on the Woodmere Club moratorium when they packed this room did not speak on the topic. When the adjournment came up and we were supposed to speak on the adjournment, every one of them spoke off the adjournment and no one enforced the rules. The rules are for the people you don't want to hear. That's the way it works, and I got 4 years of video that prove that. And we can litigate that in the court of law. Now, I wish you'd just stop it and come up with common sense things that you are willing to defend. If you're against special elections, you should put out a flyer. When you run for re-election next time, all of you, you should say that I'm against special elections. You should make a press conference. I'm against special elections. You were for the $2 million of transfers and raises, but we can't afford to have a special election. And finally, my idea to solve this special election thing once and for all, not to give Supervisor Gillen any credit, is why not have you all vote to have the people decide in November, so it won't cost one penny, a referendum that people will decide for themselves whether they want the town of Hempstead to have special elections on vacant seats. Let the people decide whether they could afford it or not you, okay? What's wrong with that idea? Let's have that at the next meeting, and you do it, okay? Show me that you believe in what you say.
Gary Jacob. Diane Madden.
Diane Madden, Hempstead. After a press conference recently, I went into the animal shelter and I pointed out this dog to several officials, Brock. And I said this dog is the poster child of the mismanagement that's going on at the animal shelter. What had happened was this dog having behavior issues was walked by one of the volunteers. This dog, by the way, has been taught to jump heights, very high heights. I'm sure there's many members of the public that are just lining up to adopt an 85-pound pit bull that could scale a 6-foot fence. Why these dogs are being taught to jump, that speaks to the problem of not having a real behaviorist or trainer. But regardless, after this dog's bite hold, after this dog bit that volunteer, which by the way could have been prevented, someone allowed that same volunteer, who by the way has been banned from Little Shelter, so out of control that they threatened him with a lawsuit to keep him off property. But here at Hempstead, for the second time, he was allowed to handle this dog, got bit severely. I'm told he was taken away by ambulance, and I'm not even going to describe the gruesome injury that I'm told happened that day. So what I'm wondering is, who is allowing this? Is this the behaviorist? It certainly should be. A behaviorist should be involved in every dog with a behavior issue, should be training the staff, should be training the volunteers. So guess who suffers the most? What's the answer? What's going to happen to Brock? Does anybody know? Because he should not die because of a failed system that didn't give him what he needed. Here's another dog, Nate. Nate came in as a bite case. And by the way, I do have to add, Laura, that What happened here with this dog would have been prevented had you not removed the adoption experts out of the adoption department, because things like this never happened when they were involved in adoptions. But a gentleman came in that wanted to use a dog as kind of part of a family in a firehouse. This dog came in as a bite case. That would have pretty much ruled him out to go into a firehouse, not having any behaviors to rehabilitate the dog the entire time he was there. Also, I believe he bit staff during his stay. Regardless, whoever was in charge of this adoption adopted him out to someone that brought him to a firehouse. Nate proceeded to bite just about everybody till a severe bite was noted, and he's back at the shelter with his third bite. Not only is this dog another face of human error and ignorance and incompetence and failure of how to spend our money to help these animals. But I don't know, you like to have these press conferences and, use these animals as a political platform, Laura. There would have been no better example than for one of your adoption experts to go through the kennel of probably 150 dogs, because dogs are pouring out of the walls at this point because there's no pet interception, and there's no real experts dealing with many of these adopters. They're just walking in and out or waiting on 20, 30-minute lines since you implemented some ridiculous policy to have escorts. I've been getting text messages from volunteers saying, I'm waiting 25 minutes just to walk my dog here. It's failure, and you've made it worse. And what's really sad about this, aside from Nate, is that I'm sure there's plenty of dogs in there that would have made great firehouse dogs. You could have stood out there in front of the firehouse with the chief and the dog, and maybe a bunch of other dogs would have gotten adopted based on the success stories. But that's not the case. And again, what is going to happen to this dog? It's not this dog's fault. This dog bit in the home once. That should have been red flags. All the policies and procedures and the experts are no longer there. And the few experts that were left, and by the way, from what I'm told, the person that was involved in adoptions is now undertaking all different areas of the animal shelter. So even the person that was familiar with the criteria for adoptions is no longer a part of the adoptions. And the worst part of this is the volunteers, like the one that was banned from Little Shelter. They're behind the scenes driving all these adoptions. It's like the inmates are running the asylum. And I know you have an RFP out for the behaviorist again. I was happy to hear it. And I am telling you personally, I know you talk about what you can and can't do. You know what you can do? You can personally pick up the phone to Laura Garber and say, what went wrong? How do I fix this? How do we convince you to come in here and start your newsletter and train our volunteers and follow the map that you laid to agility and continue the play groups that were a part of Hempstead that are gone now, and continue the parallel walking and continue the rehabilitation efforts. That's what you should do.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Ms. Madden. Jim Brown from Island Park. Rich Shuren. He's gone. Mary Ellen Cray.
Mary Ellen Cray, 436 Locust Avenue, Uniondale. So in regard to the A. Holly Patterson property, thank you for surveying having the tree alley surveyed along the main road. I think that's First Street. I'd like to request a review of the plants which screen the property from the surrounding homes to retain as much as possible in addition to the berm that the planned landscaping will include. I think that that would probably give us a better screening than just having the berm with brand new trees. I have a concern also about publications arriving late or not at all in Uniondale and some of the surrounding areas. I don't know if this is kind of an intentional thing by staff or what the situation is, but the people tell me they did not receive their beach passes, for example. Everybody got beach passes previously. The spring issue of the programs at the parks, I did not get one. I always get at least one. Luckily, I happened to be at Echo and picked up a copy and was able to sign up for the classes that I go to. In any case, there are a number of things that normally come through the pipeline every month or every quarter or every year and so on, that somebody's dropping the ball. So I'm just alerting you.
Thank you. I'll be happy to follow up with you on that.
I'm sorry?
I'll be happy to follow up with you on that.
Thank you. Appreciate that. As far as resolutions number 119, I had written here because I really was very much in favor of that, and I'm sure I'm not in any minority as far as that goes, except possibly here on the board. But it would have been an excellent resolution to pass, and I think it should have been considered. Also, the whistleblower one. And further, I'm looking forward to the hearing on the breastfeeding. So I think that we're moving a lot of ways in a good direction as far as that one goes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Gray. Lucille Defina.
So at this point, we're all exhausted, but I stuck it out to stay here till to the end of this to ask a simple question. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Because as we sit here, weeks pass by, months pass by, every minute that passes, those animals sit in horrible, horrible, deplorable conditions. I've given up already on coming up here to speak to you, Laura Gillum, because you're taking the position that the animal shelter is great and getting better, and you've just done such wonderful things. We've already all refused to speak to your administration because it might as well talk to this table. That was completely useless. And in a couple of months' time, it was very clear to see that they are just not capable. So now went full circle. We did the press conference. I think it was a wonderful start. And it seemed that you all saw with your own eyes the conditions that those cats are in. The dogs, Diane said it well, we all know what the problems are with the dogs. But the cats, how would you like to sit in a cage that small, day after day, sweltering, with filthy, dirty food, with shoe boxes and paper? I mean, do you see what that place looks like? You saw it all with your own eyes. When are we going to do something? And who is going to do it? Because I don't care. Republican, Democrat, I don't care. I just want someone to do something. All of a sudden, people seem concerned. Sylvia, thank you for initiating it. D'Esposito, you seem very interested in helping. Grisby, you said you were very concerned about animals. I never knew that before, and I'm happy to take you up on it. Dennis Dunn, we started off bad with the HIV cat thing. I didn't love your comment, but You seemed very concerned. We all saw the conditions. What are we going to do?
Just discussed it with council after hearing Diane Madden's testimony before us. And I think the newsletter thing would be a great start if we can get information about the animals out to the people, and every one of us put it in our, what do you call that, page? Whatever the page is we put out. Put all
Councilman
our
Dunn, we have staff
Yeah,
there.
Facebook, and I'll put it on Facebook. If each one of us, even if it's the same message with each one of us saying it, it gets to the entire town, and maybe we can get some of the animals adopted that are there.
Before
As
we
long as
get
they
them
don't bite
adopted, we
anybody
have
when
to
they
get
out.
them comfortable. We have to get them comfortable. We have to get them healthy.
Well, you know, I go to pet stores with my granddaughter, and they're in the similar cages that I see over here at our.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
believe
You
it.
take me to that pet store, and they will be in major violation. No, the cages are not like what those cats are sitting in the kennels that we
But
pointed
if we
to.
can do something like this and maybe make a difference, let's give it a shot. That's so.
So how are we giving it a shot? What am I supposed to do? Can I speak any louder than I have? Can I talk any more than I've been? Can I be any more persistent? I mean, it's been 20 years.
You ask for help, we're offering help. Don't make it about you.
But how? What am I
It's about
supposed
the
to?
animals. Let's try to get some, start a newsletter about them, so put them on our Facebook, so people can see it and say, oh, what a cute dog, or what a beautiful cat. Oh, my God, I can adopt that, and maybe it'll happen. Maybe we'll get one done. Maybe we'll get none done. If we don't try, nothing's going to happen.
And you're not hearing me, because that's
I
not,
heard
you have people at the shelter doing that.
So nothing's good enough. You can't start anything.
You
know
have
what?
people at the shelter supposedly
all right.
doing that, putting up
I'm
a
going to do that
picture.
anyway, even though you're just
I'm
so
talking
negative.
about-
Stop. We're trying to
Talking
help
about,
you. Be
because
happy
we
we're
saw
trying to do something for
suffering.
you.
There is suffering going on right this very second. It's not about taking one picture and saying, look at this cute little cat. We're talking about just trying to get the standards.
Newsletter is what Diane Madden said, and that's information, getting information out to the public. That's what I'm talking about, not just one picture. It's a newsletter.
Create a newsletter to the public to talk about our needs at the shelter just to get these animals adoptable, to make them adoptable, because most of them are not adoptable right now. They're not in great shape. They're not getting good care. So that's okay. That's what you want me to do. I can do that. I could generate wonderful newsletters. I can do that. But then am I going to be attacked for putting out all over the place negative information about the shelter? You cannot adopt them. They're not beautiful. I'm talking reality here. You have the majority of your animals are in horrible shape. You do not have the programs and the people to make them desirable, healthy, adoptable, trainable. You're creating a disaster situation for all of them.
A cat that isn't really in great shape, they won't break their heart and say, oh, I want to take that cat home and take care of it.
Even if it breaks their
Isn't that-
heart,
wouldn't
no,
that-
because
wouldn't
most
the newsletter
people have
help
other
do that?
cats.
Yeah, but you don't want to hear that. You just want to go off. Well, go ahead and go off, and we're going to try. We're going to do what we're going to do, and you can just keep complaining.
But you don't know it.
I think we've all had a long day. I think we agree that we all want to work together to help the animals. So let's do that. Let's work together. Let's help the animals. Let's do what we can, share ideas, and we'll move forward from that.
And I did have a program a couple of Saturdays ago outside. I had volunteers there with animals there so they could be adopted. It's not only about adoption.
I know that,
It's
but they
about
need to,
care.
that's something. I was able to
about
do
care,
that. Okay, I
quality
understand what
of
you're saying,
care.
but you have to do what you can. I have a dog too. And you wouldn't let anybody else come into the house.
Move into your new place.
Do you? I hope you hear me more than Councilman Dunn, because he's not getting what I'm saying. So will eventually somebody tell us what? Something needs to get done. I mean, another year can't go by, another month, another week. I mean, how long? It's gotten worse. And again, it's not about Democrat or Republican. I am here to support anyone who finally can have the guts to step up and help these poor, defenseless animals. Yeah, well, they've been waiting a long time, you know, and the last person that has done anything here was Kate Murray when she was pushed to the wall. Since then, it has just been a downward spiral, and we need help again.
Sandra from Uniondale? Sandra? John Joseph Budnick?
John left.
Rory Gordon?
I think I'd leave you lovely people. Come on. Thank you very much. My mom designed it. Yeah, she's a designer. Yeah. She didn't sew it, she just designed it. I'm trying to lay it out so I can get it all. Okay, let me start with this one. I presented a letter from the Committee on Open Government in reference to charging $5 for the first copy and $2 for every copy thereafter in the building department. It has not been addressed. I was there this morning. What's so difficult about this? Where is Joe Ra? It's very disappointing. I asked Mr. Blakeman and Ms. Sweeney would they be here for public comment, and they said yes, and they're not here. Joe Ra is making copies? Oh, I didn't get it. Okay, I'm sorry. Well, this is not a laughing issue. You guys are breaking state law. Mr. Dunn, I'm not... yes, the only chance we have is to litigate?
Mr. Ra had to leave, so he's not coming back.
So how do I get this enforced?
Ms. Gordon, I have been looking into this, but we haven't resolved it yet.
What's to resolve? You're breaking the law. Not you personally. The town of Hempstead is breaking the law and has been for probably 4 years already. They've had the computers. Nothing has been done about it. Okay, I'm moving on. The Whistleblower Protection Act. Nobody spoke about this today. Can you please explain to me, Mr. Dunn, why you severed this from the agenda? Indefinitely. You had a reason, so what was it? No, you made it very clear that you passed a law today that once something is tabled forever, doesn't this fall into that situation?
It could never come back again.
So
It's possible that it can never come back again.
The optical illusion that I see is you have tied. Oh, who brought this up? Okay.
My office.
You have tied the supervisor's hand, and you guys all know that there's whistleblowers and you don't want them speaking out. That's the optical illusion that I see. Then you would have allowed it to gone through.
The law is being reviewed by the town board's labor council.
Nope. According to the law that you passed today, it's tabled indefinitely forever.
Yeah, until 2 town board members untable it.
When is that?
After our labor council reviews it.
When are they reviewing it?
They are reviewing.
They're in the process.
That's not what you guys said earlier. Okay. The democratic process here, boy, I tell you, you guys, when it comes to the election, I think that's probably going to be the biggest thing that you will have to fight about filling vacancies by a special election. It's sinful. And the first woman that spoke this afternoon, I mean, she was very articulate, and she got her point across, and I just wanted to reiterate that you folks look really bad, that you severed this, never to bring it back. Not you two. Yes, and not you two gals. The procedures of the town board, these new procedures, the council members may remain in the meeting room for the purpose of receiving public comment following the adjournment. So theoretically, all of you could leave after people waited all day long, is the way that I read this law. Is that correct? That doesn't make you look like you want to talk to us. Yes, but I made it my business. But you know how many people sat here today, Ms. Gooseby? Now I can't talk because you're making me laugh. That's not fair. Okay. All right. Now, this whole rigmarole with the website. Okay. On the website, it says, Donald Clavin is the receiver of taxes, responsible for managing of the daily operations of the Office of the Receiver of Taxes. Why is Donald Clavin in the library doing a 21-minute video that has nothing to do with taxes? He's talking about a library. Look, we're not stupid. We all know that he's going to run against Laura. It's very obvious to the general public. But what really pisses me off is I got to pay for his advertising to become the candidate for the next supervisor, and that's wrong. And the other thing that's really troubling is he's got a mailing list, and this mailing list specifically says that if you want to get reminders, email reminders, that you have to fill out this form here. And that will remind you whether or not you paid your taxes or taxes are due. Well, let me tell you something. I pay $75,000, $80,000 in taxes in the town of Hempstead, and I pay that bill as soon as it comes in my mailbox. I don't need a reminder. Why am I getting these emails? Sorry, Laura. It's very frustrating. Now, Erin King Sweeney, who is not here, what? Okay, Erin King Sweeney's not here. I got stuff from Erin King Sweeney. I got stuff from D'Esposito. So now, with all of you having this ability, and boy, Laura, you brought up the best point of all.
Wait, you got an email from me?
Yeah, your picture was on one of these.
An email. I sent you an email.
Not you personally.
So who sent it?
Town of Hempstead.
Oh, okay.
You've got all kinds of email lists that you guys don't even know about.
Is Don Clavin on that email?
Hell yeah, we got lots of those. And look, Erin King Sweeney's got her own banner now. But she's got a different mailing list. She's got an events list where Santino, he had a mailing list that just says at townofhempstead.org. Oh, but look, let me be like the next gal that got an extra 4 minutes, okay? I just want a couple more minutes and I'm done. Just so you know, when you sign up now for the email list on the Town of Hempstead website, it doesn't work. You get a little message and it says here, come on, Watson, the game is afoot. You've stumbled upon a missing page, but the evidence is elementary. We're on the case. So you're not getting any emails.
Just in one last thing, you mentioned Donald Clavin going. Donald Clavin's been doing that since Tommy Gallardo was in office. You know how long ago that was?
He's only been doing things that are relevant to the tax department. He's talking about a library.
Exactly. He does. In my area, when he goes to the library, he does workshops in the library.
I'm not talking about workshops. I am not talking about workshops. He's talking about a library. A library. It says specifically what the tax department, head of the tax department is supposed to do. He's supposed to manage the tax department. He's not supposed to go out.
I'm not here to defend Don Clavin, but I think that there was 3 people present that day. It was myself, Sylvia, and Don. And I think, can I finish? I let you speak. The point was that we all use the library in different forums, whether it's Sylvia to read to children, whether it's Don to host his tax forums, whether it's me to use for Narcan training. That was the point. That's what it's about. It's not about anything to do with taxes and the library.
Right, it has nothing to do with taxes, and you should be there.
But he does tax forums in the library. That was the point. I'm not here to defend him. I'm just telling you the reason why. You don't want to believe it, don't believe it. That's up to you.
Don't believe it. I believe that we're using our tax dollars to try to get him elected.
Rory, I have to call you on time. Pearl Jacobs is next.
Thank you, Laura. I'm going to have another outfit for you next time I come in. Can you send this up to Laura? Thanks. My mother cut that out for you, Laura.
Good afternoon, Pearl Jacobs, representing Nostrum Gardens Civic Association in Uniondale. Nostrum Gardens Civic Association, we are now spearheading a new campaign to bring positive quality of life transformation to Uniondale. In the past several weeks, progressive steps have been made by the building department. Ray Swartz, Roy Gunther, and Matt have all been very responsive to communities' complaints regarding building issues thus far. As I have stated at previous meetings, positive strides were made in Uniondale concerning sanitation issues. However, in the past couple of months, there has been noticeable deterioration regarding street cleanliness and maintenance. Has there been a change in supervision for sanitation code enforcement in Uniondale?
Commissioner, has there been a change?
Well, we have noticed a deterioration regarding the street cleaning and the maintenance. It's looking bad again. There has not been a change in supervision? No, I understand that. I'm just talking about in general, the lots and just, and well, we're talking about, and I'm going to go on, sir, and I'll tell you what we really need, sir. So Frank Pepe, as always, continues to be very responsive to our issues, but Frank is merely one man. Sustained sanitation enforcement will not be realized solely by the extraordinary efforts of one employee. So this is what we need. The board of the Nostrum Gardens Civic Association is requesting to meet with the Commissioner of Sanitation and the Town Attorney to discuss and review the town's sanitation ordinances, enforcement, and procedures, including the processes. In my hand here, I have the ordinances and the laws for sanitation enforcement for the town of North Hempstead. And clearly, when I read through this 3 times, they take a strong position on keeping their communities clean and enforced. And that's what we need here in the town of Hempstead, especially our underserved communities, specifically Uniondale. And to just reiterate, we spent 10 years, Nostrum Garden Civic Association, Uniondale, fighting along with the backing up with our community for streetscaping in Uniondale. We finally realized that after 10 years. And now that that is coming to fruition, can I ask when? Supervisor Gillen, please.
Where are we in the streetscaping? I'll get back to you with that answer. Do you know? Oh, Commissioner, you have an answer? And Ms. Jacobs, Mr. Pritchard is our Commissioner of Sanitation, so you can try to speak with him. It may be too late in the day to speak with him afterwards, but follow up with him.
We want a meeting, just like we met with the buildings, with our board. We met with the buildings, and we've realized some positive strides. We do want to do the same with sanitation. We see a backsliding, and we don't want that to happen.
I just gave a business card, and we'd be happy to meet.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Hi.
I think we had explained to you, it's actually Planning and Economic Development that's now in charge of the project. The engineering department put the design together, put it out to bid, and hired the contractor. So it's now in their hands. So I don't have a very...
We'll get back to you with an answer, Ms. Jacobs.
Thank you, Supervisor Gillen. And just to reiterate, we will spend the same amount of dedication and focus to transforming and bringing positive quality of life transformation to Uniondale as we did with the streetscaping. When we focus, we are unrelenting. Our voices will be heard one way or another. And just one last issue regarding signage that is tagged and posted all over the abandoned gas stations in Uniondale on the fences. Who is responsible for moving illegal signages and making sure that people are fined for putting signs and advertisements throughout Uniondale? Anybody here for signage or anybody that
Mr.
moves?
Rotkamp, do you remove the signs? Which signs exactly are you talking about?
Well, there are 2 abandoned gas stations in Uniondale, one on the corner of Front Street in Jerusalem and another on the corner of, Jerusalem and Uniondale Avenue, and the other on Front Street in Jerusalem. There are 2 abandoned gas stations, and they use those fences to hang signs for different situations.
So you're not talking about Town of Hempstead signs?
No,
You're
not
talking
Town
about,
of Hempstead.
Flyers.
Just flyers.
That's
and
the highways.
Highways? Well, we need those removed. They constantly, we actually go around at times and take them off ourselves, but the signs and they become larger and larger.
Just let us know the addresses and we'll follow.
We will. Thank you so much.
Now, I don't have any more slips, but this gentleman, did you want to speak? You tried to speak at the beginning of the meeting and you waited till almost 5 o'clock. Did you want to be heard, sir? Okay.
So yeah, as I tried to say earlier, my name's Mike Fitchelman and I'm in the Lido Dunes. And basically what I was trying to say earlier, and I passed Erin on her way out before, and I was going to ask her.
Can you talk into the microphone?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I passed Erin on her way out before, and I was going to direct this question yet again to her. Why is an important item like the democratic process deferred to very late in the agenda and then ultimately to be completely removed from the agenda? That was my question to her earlier. I had hoped that she had time to think about it and provide a response, but obviously she's no longer here. My broader question to you folks is, why is the process as it is? Why do you folks appoint yourselves? Isn't that, by definition, a flaw in the democratic process? Does anyone have an answer to that? No response.
Well, I'll just say Dorothy and I are in favor of special elections, so we don't have a response to that because we want to see this legislation move forward.
So would it be reasonable, I think a suggestion earlier was to put it to the voters. How does that happen? How would such a referendum?
Well, that's what the item on the agenda was calling for, a mandatory referendum, so that the voters could actually decide. They could have all the information, how much a special election would cost, how it would work, and they could decide for themselves instead of having it decided for them by this board. That's what the resolution was supposed to be putting forward, letting the people decide if they wanted to incur the cost and whether the cost was worth it to have a democratic process to select the people who represent them.
Right. So, so that, in my mind, unless I'm missing something, is a catch-22, because the board appoints itself and will not allow the voters to vote on who is on this council.
Just real quick, if somebody leaves this council, that area that they represent, he or she represents, would go unrepresented if we had to wait for an election to happen. So somebody gets appointed temporarily and then has to win an election to stay in that position. So it happens in North Hempstead. It happened, the Attorney General, I understand, was appointed, and nobody had any problem with that. And in North Hempstead it happened, and it happened, I think the DA even, when she won an election, they appointed the DA we have now. And then she won the election because apparently she's doing a good job. So, you know what, that's the way it has happened to fill in that position, so you have the proper representation until the election. So what's wrong with having representation?
What's wrong with putting it to the voters?
Wants to do it immediately. Well, first of all, how are you going to do a proper election? How are you going to know who the heck you're voting for if you did it immediately? You just don't have the time to get everything out to the people. And then the cost of doing that immediate election and then going to the election, having them run again, and do it. And so it just, cost-wise to the taxpayers, is astronomical. So that's one of the issues, one of the many issues. But your representation, I want to be represented the very next day. If whoever somebody leaves. If I leave, I want somebody to take my place, so my folks in Levittown are taken care of. Now, I want somebody there. So if it's appointed or not, I don't care. Somebody's got to be there to take that position. And that's all I have to say about that. Thank you.
So again, to my point, I think the people should decide this, not this town board, and should go forward to a mandatory referendum. But that's been tabled indefinitely. Now with this new rule change, perhaps never to come back again.
Unless the composition of the board were to change, I suppose. Well, thanks for your time, folks. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Oh.
Me to Jay Meredith, and I too waited, and I said I had issues that had to be brought up at this end. And I'm used to people walking out, and I'm also used to people trying to throw me out, so it really doesn't matter to me. I'm going to say what I need to say. I did hear in the discussion with regard to those tabled items that there is the possibility of them being revisited and revised and resubmitted. Am I correct in what I heard earlier.
Yes, if the majority decides that they want to
I
put it back.
understand all of that. I'm just saying, I want it on somebody's record somewhere that I did hear that they can be revisited, revised, and resubmitted for discussion and consideration. That is the way I heard it. Thank you. Okay, that answered that question for me. With regard to Baldwin residents, we really should, have an award. I know other communities may feel that they are the forgotten stepchild, but we truly are. Residents are still asking with regard to what is going on with that Pathmark project and the church on Stanton, which is still not OSHA compliant. It still has a fence around it. There's also the new church across the street from the other church. They also still have a fence around it. And, like I said, I did get some information. I do appreciate the information that I have received from Commissioner Rotkamp, but we really have to, again, go on public notice with regard to developers that we are bringing into our communities who make all of these promises and they are not delivering, to the detriment of our residents. So I wanted to make sure that that was notified. Where is the town regarding the now unlawful practices by the New York American Water that are now all of a sudden becoming a hotbed political issue on the county and state level? And residents did make some presentations to this body as well as others. So where's the town on that situation, since a lot of town residents have been impacted by that?
So I joined Senator Kaminsky in requesting that the Public Service Commission investigate and make sure that there are no errors with those bills and see what the reason is for the dramatic jump in the bills.
Okay, so you're going to be at the meeting that he's hosting in East Rockaway?
It depends. My mother might have to have surgery that day, so if she does, then I'm not going to.
Definitely so sorry to hear that. I hope everything works out well for her. I do want to thank you for your follow-up with regard to my statement about the gas station on Nassau Road and Brookside Avenue. I don't know what actions they've taken, but I do appreciate the fact that you followed through on reaching out to find out about that. And one of the things that I'm trying to hopefully see that happens with regard to Nassau County and the town, because I was told at previous meetings that the township was looking to build better relationships with the county. And I know that the county has, as well as that I know Councilman Dunn is well aware, that they have a Towns and Villages Committee. But for the last almost 10 years or so that I have been going to the county meetings and I get the information on every committee, I'm really getting tired of seeing that as a blank page. So we would really like to see that relationship to actually have some fruition that would be beneficial for the residents, because we live within the township, within the county. And I do appreciate the statement that someone made earlier that Long Island is really a part of New York State. And although we may say that a lot of the laws that are a part of the New York State portfolio we're supposed to follow, we don't. So it would not hurt sometimes to have those same laws codified within the town code as well, as pertaining to New York State law, et cetera, et cetera. So sometimes repetition can be a good thing, if we can just give that some consideration. Lastly, with regard to these types of things, and I know the residents that were cackling or catcalling in the background saying that they were waiting 6 hours. Actually, they weren't. They were waiting more like 3.5, because it was 6 hours at 4:30 and most of them were already gone. I would really hope that all of you, again, as someone said earlier, it's not about a Democratic or Republican thing. It's about all of us at this point, okay? So it would be helpful if we don't have all of these scenarios of this one didn't get the communication, this one didn't get the information, this one didn't get it until last night. We had to deal with that from previous administrations. It was our hope that this would be better. So if you're going to have an agenda, if you're going to have a calendar, let's try to be more respectful of the residents who do take the time and lose money and have to forego eating and other situations to have the information current and consistent so that their voice can be heard and we don't have to hear about something being tabled indefinitely and they have wasted their time to come. Let's try to get it better. Let's try to get it more cohesive and comprehensive. When it comes here, then everybody can have their voice and have their vote. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
You just state your name and address for the record, please.
Michael Reed, Merrick, New York. And it seems fitting that I'm probably going to be the last speaker today, as I was a candidate for the Town of Hempstead Town Board several years ago, and because of the situation with the appointments, I ended up having to run against somebody that had been appointed to fill a vacancy on the board, and I have to wonder that did that have some type of an outcome on the election? Perhaps would we have had a different outcome today? I was hoping to come and speak to this body earlier today to applaud you for taking the progressive step of trying to open up and give the Town of Hempstead residents more voice and an opportunity to have more representation on this board. And it's a sad, sad day that we see that this has been shot down by the folks who are on this board right now who don't want to give voice to the people that they represent. I would hope and I would urge all of the board members that are present or that will be reviewing the minutes or the context of what I'm saying today to please take into consideration and to reconsider the position that the board has taken. We need to have open, transparent government here in the town of Hempstead, in the county of Nassau, in the state of New York. This is not what we saw today. We can do better. The question was asked earlier, is there nothing we can do? Absolutely there's something we can do. There are two sections of state law that govern how vacancies are filled. One is in the public offices law, and one is in town law. And it is the section of town law that was used today as a parliamentary procedure to block this effort to move forward. And perhaps this is an item that needs to be addressed in Albany if it cannot be addressed in the town of Hempstead. I'm not going to take up any more of your time. It's late in the day. I thank everyone that hung in to the end, and I'm not quite sure my slip disappeared, because I did put a slip in, but perhaps next time we'll do a little bit better. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody. Have a great afternoon or evening.